Again, today's presentation will be called The Judgment Was Set and the Books Were Open, which is denoting who will be judged in the last day. We have Brother Yamin that will read Psalms 43 and Psalms 56 for us all. After you get done reading the Psalms for us all, I will come back and reintroduce the title of today's presentation, and we'll get straight into the presentation. We got a lot of scriptures to give based on the rumors and the imaginations of the people. So we had to use a lot of scriptures to clear that imagination up, to show exactly what we found in our Holy Scriptures. For there is only one way that we can truly say who will be judged in the last days, and that way is by using the law and the testimonies. And that's what we will do this day. So again, our brother Yamin will read Psalms 43 and 56 for us all. You have the floor, brother.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 43, please. That is Psalms 4:3. He reads, "Judge me, O Elohim, and plead my cause against an un-Elohimly nation, or an unmerciful nation. O deliver me from the deceitful and unjust man, for thou art the Elohim of my strength. Why dost thou cast me off? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? O send out thy light and thy truth. Let them lead me. Let them bring me unto thy holy hill and to thy tabernacle. Then will I go unto the altar of Elohim, unto Elohim my exceeding joy. Yea, upon the harp will I praise thee, O Elohim, my Elohim. Why art thou cast down, O my soul, and why art thou disquieted within me? Hope in Elohim, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance and my Elohim." Hallelujah.
You can go ahead, bro.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love to everyone to turn to Psalms 56, please. That is Psalms 5:6. It reads, "Be merciful unto me, O Elohim, for man would swallow me up. He fighting daily oppresseth me. My enemies would daily swallow me up, for they be many that fight against me, O thou most high. What time I am afraid, I will trust in thee. In Elohim, I will praise his word. In Elohim, I have put my trust. I will not fear what flesh can do unto me. Every day they wrest my words, or pervert my words. All their thoughts are against me for evil. They gather themselves together. They hide themselves. They mark my steps. When they wait for my soul, Shall they escape by iniquity? In their anger cast down. Shall they escape by iniquity? In thine anger cast down the people, O Elohim. Thou tellest my wanderings. Put thou my tears into thy bottle. Are they not in thy book? When I cry unto thee, then shall my enemies turn back. This I know, for Elohim is for me. In Elohim will I praise his word. In Yahweh will I praise his word. In Elohim have I put my trust. I will not be afraid what man can do unto me. Thy vows are upon me, O Elohim. I will render praises unto thee. For thou hast delivered my soul from death. Wilt not thou deliver my feet from falling, that I may walk before Elohim in the light of the living? Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah and shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. And secondly, I would like to greet the listening audience by saying shalom. Today's presentation will be called The Judgment Was Set and the Books Were Open. And we are using this presentation today to help our brothers and sisters with their concern about who will be judged in the last days. There are many rumors going around today saying that Israel is waiting to be judged for how they live in their enemy's land, being servants and afflicted. Well, today with this presentation, with the judgment was set and the books were open, we will show exactly who will be judged in the last days according to our Holy Scripture. Are we waiting for a double jeopardy? Or are we waiting for the enemy to be judged for how they had Israel to serve and how they afflicted Israel? The first statement I made is a contradiction because double jeopardy is being charged twice. And not even the enemy abides by that type of law. But we have Israel teaching that the Almighty does. He punished you once, he judged you once and punished you, and he's going to come back and judge you and punish you again. That is called double jeopardy in the enemy's law. Well, today we are witnessing that Yahweh is righteous, and there is no iniquity found in our Creator. So we're going to set the record straight by showing exactly what Yahweh has said. And once you see exactly what Yahweh has said, you will find out that there is no iniquity in Yahweh. There is no law of double jeopardy dealing with Yahweh. And we will also find out that Yahweh is not a respect of person, thus the enemy will be judged. We will start this great presentation by a few words of warnings that will be found in the book of wisdom. And the first book we will go to is Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. And as we are turning to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, I would like to ask Yahweh at this time to allow every word that proceeds out of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in His sight, our strength and our Redeemer. It tells us in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, if we all turn there, please. And please get yourself a pen and a piece of paper and a holy scripture that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give forth this day. And it tells us in the 3rd division of Proverbs, if we start at the very first verse, and we will read to the 7th verse, and it reads, My son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. And we're not today. That's how we're going to answer these rumors, by using the mercy and the truth that we find throughout our Holy Scriptures. Thus it tells us again in the 3rd verse, let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It also tells us in the book of wisdom, if we open our books to the book of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter. Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter. And it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, these great words. And it reads, if we pick up at the very first verse, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones, and there's a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to get, and a time to lose, There's a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. What profit hath he that works in that wherein he labors? I have seen the travel which Elohim have given to the sons of men, to be exercised in it. He hath made everything beautiful in his time. Also, he has set the world in their heart, so that no man can find out the work that Elohim makes from the beginning to the end. I know that there is no good in them, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life, and also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is the gift of Elohim. I know that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Please take note. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And Elohim does it that men should fear before him. And if we truly fear Yahweh today, we're going to take heed to every word that Yahweh have said and all that he have done. For it tells us again in the 14th verse, I know that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it. So when we talk about who will be judged in the last days, based on what we find by the law and the testimonies, nothing can be put to it. And within those same findings, it tells us, nor anything taken from it. And Yahweh does it that men should fear before him. And the last verse that I will read in this chapter is the 15th verse, and it tells us all that which have been is now, and that which is to be have already been. And Elohim requires that which is past. And that's very important to understand, because there is a saying, they that forget history shall repeat history. And if you truly understand your condition today, it is a repeated history. We find ourselves today talking about being in the enemy's land, being servants and afflicted for 400 years. We find ourselves today wondering who will be judged, because we have truly forgotten history. Thus, we find ourselves repeating it. It tells us, Israel, also in the book of wisdom, if we go back to Proverbs and take a look at the 30th chapter, it tells us in the 30th chapter of Proverbs, the 5th and 6th verse, these great words. And it reads, Every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield into them that put their trust in him. So we are trusting that Yahweh required that which is past. And in our trust, we hope that Yahweh be our shield. Add thy not into his words, and we will not. Lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. And that is not what we want to be found today. We do not want to be found a liar. We just want to set the record straight by using the law and testimonies to show who will be judged in the last days. For as our title denotes, the judgment was set and the books were open to allow us to know what Yahweh has said and done. It also tells us in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse, it tells us these words of wisdom. And it reads, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law, to do them, and all the people shall say, amen. And I hope today that we all can say amen, dealing with the answers that we find in this open book. It also tells us in Psalms 50, if we turn there, please, and this will be the last chapter and verse that I will use to warn Israel to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. It tells us in Psalms 50, if we all turn there, please. And it reads in Psalms 50, starting with the very first verse. The mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, has spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun and to the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Elohim have shined. Our Elohim shall come and shall not keep silent. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very temperate round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above and to the earth, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together into me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness. Excuse me. For Elohim is judged himself. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against thee. And we will use the law and the testimonies to show without a shadow of a doubt who will be judged in the last days. I am Elohim, even thy Elohim. Excuse me 1 second. Sorry about that. Clear my voice. It tells us in the 8th verse of Psalms 50, I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he goats out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto Elohim thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High, and call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked, Elohim said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes? Please take note. Or that thou should take my covenant in thy mouth, saying, thou hatest instructions, and castest my words behind thee. When thou sawest a thief, then thou consented with him, and has been partakers with adulterers. Thou give thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frame deceit. Thou sittest and speaks against thy brother. Thou slanders thy own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself. But I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thy eyes. The last verse tells us, now consider this, ye that forget Elohim, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. The last verse is the 23rd verse, and it allows us to know, whoso offer praise, glorify me, and to him that order his conversation aright will I show the salvation of Elohim. And today we are going to order this conversation aright and allow you to see the salvation that Yahweh has shown by way of law and testimony. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 4th chapter. Genesis, the 4th chapter. For in Genesis, the 4th chapter, we will see a judgment that is spoken from the lips of Yahweh. And it tells us in Genesis, the 4th chapter, if we read the first 7 verses, these words, we will actually read to the 15th verse. It starts in the first verse, and it reads, And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived, and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from Yahweh. And she again bare his brother, Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground, an offering unto Yahweh. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance failed. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? Please take note of the 7th verse, for it reads, If thou does well, shall thou not be accepted? And if thou does not well, sin lies at the door. And into thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. Thus, it allows us to know that we can put away the rumor that without law there is no sin. We can put away the rumor that if the Israelites is not under the covenant of the law today, they cannot sin. For we find here first spoken by the mouth of Yahweh in the 7th verse, if thou does well, thou shall thou not be accepted? And there's a question mark to be answered. And the answer is yes, if thou does well, thou shalt surely be accepted. And if thou does not well, sin lies at the door. And into thee it says shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. So it allows us to know we can put away those rumors that the Almighty have already established at the first, that if you does well, you will be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lies at the door. And it says, if we pick up at the 13th verse, well, no, let's not pick up at the 13th verse. Let's keep reading. It says, And Cain talked with Abel, his brother, for we're going to find out if he does well or if he does not well. Thus it tells us in the 8th verse, And Cain talked with Abel, his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And there's another question mark. And the answer is yes. And he said, What hast thou done? the voice of thy brother's blood cries into me from the ground. Note the 11th verse. It reads, and now art thy curse. Note the punishment. Note the terminology that the Almighty used when one sinned. The punishment is given by way of a curse. Thus it tells us in the 11th verse, and now art thy cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, note the curse. It shall not henceforth yield into thee her strength. Also note the curse. A fugitive and a vagabond shall thou be in the earth. And note the response of Cain when he heard his punishment. It reads, and Cain said in the 13th verse of the 4th chapter of Genesis, and Cain said unto Yahweh, my punishment, my iniquity is greater than that it may be forgiven, is how it is said in Hebrew. In most of our translations, it reads, and Cain said unto Yahweh, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Again, in Hebrew, it reads, my iniquity is greater than that I may be forgiven. The 14th verse reads, behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth. And as I have taught many times, one of the greatest, if not the greatest curse, is being cast out of the land of promise. And one might say, why do you say that, brother? Because in the land of promise is Yahweh's face. In the land of promise is Yahweh's name. In the land of promise is the land that Yahweh spy out year by year. Thus we see this great punishment that Cain suffered. And it tells us again in the 14th verse, behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that find me shall slay me. And Yahweh said unto Cain, or Yahweh said unto him, therefore, whosoever slay Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And we must ask, why would vengeance be taken on him that slay Cain if Cain is cursed? If Cain did not do well with the Almighty and the Almighty punished him with a curse, why would vengeance be on him that slain the sinner? Could it be because that will be a double punishment? Could it be because that will be what is known today as double jeopardy, punishing him more than once for what he has did, for not doing well? We read again in the 15th verse, And Yahweh said unto him, therefore whosoever slay Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the 6th chapter of Genesis, I just wanted to give a couple of judgments that is shown in our Holy Scripture before the law was given. And if we are truly reading, we will find that these judgments and these punishments and these curses was just about the same. For Yahweh changes not. It tells us in Genesis 6, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, and it allows us to know the process of mankind and how they walked the earth, if they did well or not. Thus it reads, and it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And based on their actions, the scripture tells us in the 3rd verse, and Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And Elohim, please take note, saw the wickedness of man, saw that man did not do well. Thus it reads, and Elohim saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination, as they use their imagination today to teach that Israel will be judged, it tells us, and that every imagination of the thought of his heart was only evil continuously. And it would truly be evil for Yahweh to punish us, or for Yahweh to punish the Israelites again. It tells us, and it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth, because man was not doing well. Thus, sin lied at the door. Thus, as we just read, every imagination of the thought of his heart was only evil continually. So man did not do well. Wickedness was in the earth. And we just read, if thou does well, thou should be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lieth at the door. And they did not well to where it grieved Yahweh that he even made man. The 7th verse reads, and Yahweh said, I will destroy, note the punishment for the sin. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth. And if he destroy you from the face of the earth, he is also destroying you from his face. Both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowl of the air, for it repented me that I have made them. But Noah found grace. Please take note of this great word that Noah found, and it is one of Yahweh's greatest attributes, grace and mercy. Thus it tells us, but Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. And it allows us to know that Noah did well. For the 9th verse reads, these are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim. The earth did not do well. Thus it was not accepted. And the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all the flesh had corrupt his way upon the earth. All the flesh had not walked well, or had not done well. And Elohim said unto Noah, the end, please take note of the punishment, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. So here it allows us to know by way of law and testimony that the Almighty judges if we does well or not. And if we do well, we are accepted. If we do not well, sin lies at the door. And Yahweh is not a respect of person. Thus, Yahweh punish those that sin against him. It also tells us why we find ourselves in the book of Genesis. If we turn to the 15th chapter of Genesis, the 15th chapter of Genesis, to allow us to know Yahweh required that which is past, to allow us to know that Yahweh changes not. Thus, it tells us in the 15th chapter of Genesis, allowing Abraham to know what would befall their children, or his seed. And it tells us, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it tells us in the first verse, after these things, the word of Yahweh came into Abram in a vision, saying, fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. It tells us in the 13th verse of the 15th chapter of Genesis, and he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for 400 years. And also, please take note of the instructions. And also, that nation whom they shall serve. And when it's dealing with these nations, it's dealing with kingdoms, it's dealing with dominion. It tells us, and also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. Here's another judgment. And afterwards shall they come out with great substance. So it allows us to know that through a vision, Yahweh allowed Abram to know that which would befall his seed. And that which befell his seed denoted punishment. It denoted a curse. It denoted captivity, should I have said, and bondage, servitude, and affliction. Well, based on what we just read, if we go to Exodus, the 2nd chapter, it tells us, if we take a look at the 23rd verse, and it reads to the 25th verse, and it came to pass, after what was said to Abram, after Yahweh promised Abram that he would judge those that his seed find in a land that is not theirs, and judge those that afflict thee, it tells us in Exodus, the 2nd chapter, the 23rd verse. And note, we read in Ecclesiastes, Yahweh required that which is past. So we are showing that which has passed. And we are going to tie that which has passed with the future. For Yahweh changes not. If Yahweh saved the seed of Abraham out of Egypt, he will save the seed of Abraham out of Babylon. If Yahweh saved the seed of Abraham out of Babylon, he will save the seed of Abraham wherever they find themselves being servants and afflicted. So today, Israel, we find ourselves scattered on the four corners of the earth, needing to be saved and not judged. Thus, it tells us, and we're about to allow you to know what you need to be saved from. But first, we are showing what Yahweh promised Abram, and that is an unconditional covenant, an unconditional promise. Anytime the Israelites or the seed of Abraham find themselves outside of their land, there is a perpetual covenant that Yahweh will save you and bring you back into the land that he promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus, it tells us in the 23rd verse of Exodus 2, and it came to pass in process of time, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun. Thus, it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried, and their cry came up into Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard their groaning, and Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. Even though this was in the process of time, he still remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And today we find ourselves in process of time, and he still will remember his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For Yahweh changes not, and he required that which has passed. And Elohim looked upon the children of Israel, and Elohim had respect unto them. It also tells us in the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the 6th verse and read to the 10th verse, it tells us, moreover, he said, I am Elohim of thy father, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, the Elohim of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians. So he came down to save them out of the hand of the Egyptians. As your brother is teaching today, you will be saved out of the hand of your enemies, because Yahweh is not a man that he shall lie, nor a son of man that he shall repent. All that he has said will truly come to pass. And he has the greatest memory in the world. So when Yahweh said that he will remember his covenant, you can take that to the bank. You can rest assured that Yahweh will remember his covenant and have respect into the seed of Abraham. Thus it tells us in the 8th verse, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land, the land they found themselves being strangers and afflicted and servants, into a good land, and a large, into a land flowing with milk and honey, and to the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now, therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come into me. And so far, Israel, ask yourself, why did Yahweh save Israel? Did he save them based on their reenactments? Did he save them based on their morals? Or did he save them based on the covenant that he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Did he save them because he heard their cry and he seen their affliction? It tells us again in the 9th verse, now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come into me, and I have also seen. He didn't just hear, He see everything that is happening to us. He know that we are being judged today. He know that we are under the punishment. He know what he said, and he meant what he said when he said that the curses will overtake them. It says, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. And he see how we are oppressed abroad and on the four corners of this earth. And he will come and save us, and he will judge those that have oppressed us. Thus, it reads in the last verse that I will read, in the 10th verse, it says, Come now, therefore, and I will send thee into Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. It didn't say one word about the Almighty going to judge you for how you lived in Egypt and then bring you out. But it does allow us to know that Yahweh know how you lived in Egypt. He know how you lived under the curse. He know that the curse overtook thee. Thus, you need to be saved. And we will prove that as this presentation continues. Thus, let us turn our scripture to Exodus, the 7th chapter. We see that Moses is commissioned to tell Pharaoh to let our people go, that they may sacrifice unto Yahweh. Thus, we find in the 7th chapter of Exodus, before I read the 7th chapter of Exodus, let me pick up in the 5th chapter. And let's pick up at the 22nd verse. We got a lot of scriptures to give, and time is not going to permit for me to give all the scriptures, so I'm trying to tell the story the best I can by giving as many scriptures as possible due to our time. So as we take this path to show who will be judged in the last days, it tells us in Exodus, the 5th chapter, the 22nd verse. After we just heard Yahweh telling Moses and sending Moses to Pharaoh to tell him to let us go, and why he sent Moses to Pharaoh to tell them to let us go, was because Yahweh remembered the covenant that he made with Abraham. He heard the cry of Abraham's seed, and he seen the affliction of Abraham's seed. Thus he sent Moses to tell Pharaoh to let us go. But Yahweh had a plan, and the plan is found in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and the 14th verse, where it tells us, and anyone that reads it, that Abram's seed will find themselves in a land that is not theirs, and they will be servants and afflicted. The Almighty said, after that, they whom Israel served and they that afflicted Israel will be judged. So again, Israel, we are not waiting to be judged. We are waiting to be saved. We are waiting on Yahweh to remember the covenant that he made with our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus, Exodus 5:22 tells us, and Moses returned unto Yahweh, and said, Master, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he have done evil to this people, and evil must be judged. Neither hast thou delivered thy people at all. Now Yahweh said unto Moses, now shalt thou see, the 6th chapter, the 1st verse, now shalt thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And Elohim spake unto Moses, and said unto him, I am Yahweh, and I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, by the name of Elohim Almighty, or El Shaddai. But my name Yahweh was I not known to them. And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan. So if he established a covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, they can't stay in Egypt, nor is the Egyptians allowed to kill them all, because that will deter the promise that Yahweh made with Abram. Thus it reads in the 4th verse again, and I have also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard, please take note, he didn't say I seen their reenactments. He didn't say I looked at their morals. It says, and I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burden of the Egyptians, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I alone will redeem you. Please take note. We're not waiting to be judged. We are waiting to be saved. We are waiting to be redeemed. Thus it reads, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm and with great judgments. Well, let's see the judgments. Let's see, did Yahweh put the judgments on us, who is born in hell, or did he put the judgment on those that was running hell? It tells us in the 7th verse, and I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a Elohim. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And when Yahweh save you from under the burdens of the world, you will know that it was Yahweh. It says, and I will bring you into the land, concerning the which I did swear. Everything is based on this. That's why we know of a surety that we are waiting to be saved, because Abraham's seed is not in their land today. It says again in the 8th verse, and I will bring you into the land, concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. and I will, not I might, but I will give it you for inheritance, all of your dwellings. I am Yahweh. And Moses spoke so into the children of Israel, as I am speaking this day. But they hearkened not unto Moses. They didn't believe that Yahweh was coming to save them. They didn't believe that Yahweh heard their cry and seen their affliction and have remembered the covenant that he made with Abraham. They didn't believe that. They didn't believe that they wasn't going to be judged again. They believed those things. And the reason they believed those things, for it reads, and Moses speaks so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage. Well, do not the law tells us when Israel is cursed, that those curses will overtake them once they break the covenant of the law? Well, even here, before those words were speaking to Israel, we see how the bondage overtook them to where they could not even perceive the words of salvation. The most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house brought the words of salvation to them, and it tells us, but they hearkened not unto Moses. And it gives us a great reason why many of you will not hearken to this teaching today. And it is because of the angry spirit that we have upon us, and it is because of the cruel bondage that you suffer each and every day. But that don't mean you're right. It just allows us to know that you do not understand the will of Yahweh and that you are leaning upon your own understanding. Thus, as it says, and as we said, let us see the judgments. Let us see the punishment that he proclaimed against those that we serve and those that oppressed us. And we can find that great truth and find for surety that Yahweh did not come and judge Israel, but he judged those that had Israel in their hand, that was stronger than Israel. And we find the first judgment placed on Egypt in the 7th chapter. If we all turn to the 7th chapter of Exodus, we will see the first judgment upon Egypt. And please take note as we make a distinction between that which is written and that which is rumored. Please take note of the judgments that none of them ever felt upon the children of Israel. For the children of Israel was not meant to be judged. They were meant to be redeemed by the judgments that Yahweh would place on the oppressed. Like when you're in court and there's you and there's another party and they tell you that the judgment is set and you have won the judgment. That don't mean you the one that's going to be punished. That means you're the one not going to be punished. You the one that won, and the other party is going to be punished, or the other party is found guilty. That's what it means when it tells us about the judgments. Many people read that as if we're being judged. Please read that verse, that chapter and verse again, where it tells us in the 6th chapter, the 6th verse, wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burden of the Egyptians. And it's letting you know how he's going to bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you. And it tells you how. With a stretched out arm. Look how you are redeemed, with a stretched out arm and with great judgments. Many people read this and think that this is a great judgment against them. No, the great judgment is against your oppressor. And let's prove that point. And in proving this point, we will find that not one of the 10 judgments that Yahweh laid upon the Egyptians ever fell on Israel, because they were never meant to be judging Israel, or they were never meant to be a judgment against the Israelites. It tells us in Exodus, the 7th chapter, we all turn there, please, that we may see the first judgment. And the first judgment is found in Exodus, the 7th chapter, the 20th verse. Exodus, the 7th chapter, the 20th verse to the 25th verse. And it reads, And Moses and Aaron did so. As Yahweh commanded, and he lifted up the rod and smote the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants. And all the water that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that were in the river died, and the river stunk, and the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river. And there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he harden into them, as Yahweh had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Egyptians digged around about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after that Yahweh had smitten the river. That was the first judgment, based on Yahweh telling Moses and Aaron in the 19th verse of the 7th chapter. And Yahweh speak unto Moses, say unto Aaron, take thy rod, stretch out thy hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers. And I'm hearing somebody, and upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. So it allows us to know that this was the first judgment. And please take note that this is the first judgment if we take heed to the 7th chapter the 4th verse. And it tells us in the 7th chapter, the 4th verse, but Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt, and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments. So again, it allows us to know that in the 6th chapter and in the 7th chapter, that great judgments were laid upon the Israelite enemies, not upon the Israelites, but upon the Israelite enemies, to be brought out of the land they found themselves strangers in and being afflicted. The second judgment that we find in our scriptures is found in the 8th chapter. The 8th chapter. And if we pick up at the 5th verse and read to the 11th verse, we will see the second judgment. Again, the second judgment is found in chapter 8, and please take note that it was not against you and I. It was not against the Israelites. It was not against those that were being servants and afflicted. Thus, it reads in the 5th verse. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch forth thy hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the musicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron, and said, entreat Yahweh, that he may take away the frogs from me, and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto Yahweh. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, glory over me. When shall I entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from thee in thy houses, that they may remain in the rivers only? And he said, tomorrow. And he said, tomorrow. And he said, be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto Yahweh our Elohim. And the frogs shall depart from thee, and from thy house, and from thy servants, and from thy people, they shall remain in the river only. So it allows us to know again, this is the second judgment that Yahweh laid upon the Israelite enemies. And please take note, none of the first judgment nor none of the second judgment befell the Israelites, even though they were in the midst of them. A lot of people teach that, well, we still going to go through some type of judgment when the enemy is judged. We still going to suffer some of what the enemy will suffer. And that is another rumor brought by way of these New Testaments that our brothers and sisters continue to inquire. But when they inquire of their Creator, they will find that that is just another rumor, Yahweh required that which is past, and when Israel came out or was redeemed out of Egypt, none of the 10, not one, but 10 judgments befell them. Thus, we're on to the third judgment. And we can find the third judgment in the same chapter, picking up at the 16th verse. The same chapter, Exodus 8, starting at the 16th verse. I'll start at the 15th verse to allow us to know that this is the third judgment that befell the Egyptians in the days of the Israelites being servants and afflicted. And that third judgment is found, we will read from the 15th verse to the 19th verse. And it reads, "But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hardened not unto them as Yahweh had said. For Yahweh had told Aaron and Moses that he had hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he may put all of his wonders and judgments upon the Egyptians." So the hardening of Pharaoh's heart is to display all of Yahweh's judgments upon Pharaoh, because he had their seed being servants and afflicted. And Yahweh heard their cry and seen their affliction. Thus Yahweh judged them, or redeemed the Israelites with great judgments upon the Egyptians. Thus we find in the 16th verse of the 8th chapter of Exodus, "And Yahweh said unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Stretch out thy rod, smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so, for Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in men and in beasts. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And the musicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beasts. Then the magicians said unto Pharaoh, This is," please take note of Yahweh's judgments, "this is the finger of Elohim. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hardened not unto them as Yahweh had said." Dealing with the third judgment. It tells us, dealing with the fourth judgment, and we can pick up on the fourth judgment still in the 8th chapter. If we pick up at the 22nd verse. The 22nd verse of the 8th chapter allows us to see the fourth judgment that was placed upon Egypt. And it also allows us to see that your brother have not added nor taken away, for he has said several times that none of these judgments befell the Israelites. He has said several times, that Yahweh did not come to judge Israel on how they lived in Egypt, but he came to judge the Egyptians for the servitude in the affliction that befell the Israelites in their land. Thus, it tells us, dealing with the fourth judgment, if we pick up at the 20th verse. Let's start at the 20th verse of the 8th chapter of Exodus. And it reads, and we will read to the we're reading the fourth judgment. Sorry about that. We need to pick up at the 24th chapter. The 24th verse of the 8th chapter of Exodus, dealing with the fourth judgment. We still got 6 more to go. The fourth judgment, picking up at the 24th verse, but I'll start at the 22nd verse. And it tells us in the 22nd verse, and I will sever, please take note of these words, for it is a proof that none of the curses or none of the judgments befell the Israelites, even though they were in the whole country or they were in the country of Egypt. It says, and I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, where the Israelites dwelled, in which my people dwelled, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end thou mayest know that I am Yahweh in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division, making a distinction between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And Yahweh did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupt by reason of the swarm of flies. And you mean, with all these flies, y'all can't prove your brother wrong and show that maybe one fly made it there? The Almighty has made a division. He's making a distinction between who will be judged and who will not. Thus, it continues to tell us, in the 25th verse, and Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land. And Moses said, it is not met so to do. For we, and note, they were not Moses, the most meekest man in Yahweh's house. Once he was told by the enemy, like we are told by way of freedom of religion, go and sacrifice to your Elohim in the land, in your enemy's land. And the most meekest and faithful man in Yahweh's house said, it is not met so to do. For we shall sacrifice the abomination. Everything in that land is unholy. Everything in that land denotes an abomination. Thus the most meekest and faithful man in Yahweh's house said, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to Yahweh our Elohim. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim as he shall command us. Not freedom of religion, not what your brothers and sisters conjure up, but what Yahweh has said. The 20, let me see where I'm at. I'll stop there, dealing with the fourth judgment. The fifth judgment is found in the 9th chapter. Let's start reading from the 1st verse down to the 7th verse. The 9th chapter, it picks up in the 1st verse, dealing with the 5th judgment. Then Yahweh said, Exodus 9:1, dealing with the 5th judgment that was bestowed upon the Egyptians. Then Yahweh said unto Moses, Go in into Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus said Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if thou refuse to let them go, and will hold them still, behold, the hand of Yahweh is upon thy cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous mourning, and Yahweh shall sever between, note, the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt. And there shall nothing, please take note, die of all that is the children of Israel. Again, Israel. The Israelites are not waiting to be judged. They are waiting to be redeemed. They're not waiting to continue to die. They are waiting to be saved. As we read in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, there is a time and season for everything up under the sun. And Yahweh require that which has passed. Thus it tells us in the 5th verse of the 9th chapter of Exodus, and Yahweh appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow Yahweh shall do this thing in the land. And Yahweh did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died. But of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one, because the judgment was not against them. They had already been judged. It tells us in the 7th verse, and Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead, and the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. The 6th judgment is found in the 8th verse, and it tells us in the 8th verse, if we read to the 11th verse, or the 8th verse and read to the 12th verse, it tells us, and Yahweh said unto Moses and to Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it toward the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh, and it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt, and it shall be a ball breaking forth with blends upon men and upon beasts throughout all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled it up toward heaven. And it became a ball breaking forth with blends upon man and upon beasts. And the musicians could not stand before Moses because of the balls, for the balls was upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians, but not Israel. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hardened not into them as Yahweh has spoken into Moses. Then we have the seventh judgment, which is found in the 22nd verse. I'll start at the 20th verse and read to the 29th verse. And it tells us in the 9th chapter, if we pick up at the 20th verse, going into the 7th judgment, it reads, He that feared the word of Yahweh among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of Yahweh left his servants and his cattle in the field. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Stretch forth thy hand toward heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man, upon beast, upon every herb of the field, throughout the land of Egypt. And Moses stretched forth his rod toward heaven, and Yahweh sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and Yahweh rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire mingled with the hail very grievously, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt, since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail smote every herb of the field, and brake every tree of the field. Only, please take note, only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron and said unto them, I have sinned. Look what he being judged for. Sin. As we started this presentation, talking to man, if thou does well, thou shalt be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lies at thy door. And look what Pharaoh is omitting after the seventh judgment. It reads again in the 27th verse, And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron, and said unto them, I have sinned. I have not done well. I have sinned this time. Yahweh is righteous, and I and my people, not the Israelites, but I and my people are wicked. Entreat Yahweh, for it is enough. Just like Cain said, my punishment is more than I can bear. He is asking Moses to entreat Yahweh. It says, Entreat Yahweh, for it is enough that there be no more mighty thunderings in hail, and I will let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. That was the seventh judgment. And it did not befall the Israelites. The eighth judgment is found also, or is found in the 10th chapter of Exodus. And we can find the eighth judgment if we pick up at the 12th verse. but I'll start at the 9th. I'll start at the 8th. It picks up at the 12th, but I'll start at the 8th. 8th verse of the 10th chapter, and it reads, And Moses and Aaron were brought again to Pharaoh, dealing with the 8th judgment. And he said unto them, Go serve Yahweh, your Elohim. But who are they that shall go? And Moses said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds will we go. For we must hold a feast unto Yahweh. And he said unto them, Let Yahweh be so with you as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve Yahweh, for that ye did desire. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Yahweh said unto Moses, dealing with the 8th judgment, Stretch out thy hand over the land of Egypt, for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Egypt, and eat every green herb of the land, even all that the hill have left. And Moses stretched forth the rod over the land of Egypt, and the Yahweh brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts, and the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rest in all the coasts of Egypt. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened. And they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left. And there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and said, I have sinned against Yahweh your Elohim, and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray thee, my sin. Please take note, only this once, and entreat Yahweh your Elohim, that he may take away from me this death only. So it allows us to know about the 8th judgment. If we pick up at the 9th, if we pick up at the 21st verse, we will see the 9th judgment, and read to the 29th verse. So we're going to pick up at the 21st verse. It tells us, and Yahweh, dealing with the 9th judgment, and Yahweh said unto Moses, Stretch out thy hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. Please take note, to making a distinction, making a division, proving without a shadow of a doubt that your brother is correct. The enemy was judged, not the Israelites, for how they lived in Egypt. Thus it tells us in the 24th verse, in the 23rd verse, they saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. So the judgment was darkness, but it proves without a shadow of a doubt that the Israelites were not judged, because in those 3 days of darkness, the Israelites had light. And Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, Go ye, serve Yahweh, only let your flock and your herd be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you. And Moses said, Thou must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Yahweh our Elohim. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not an hoof be left behind. For therefore must we take to serve Yahweh our Elohim. And we know not with what we must serve Yahweh until we come tighter. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get thee from me, take heed to thyself, see my face no more. For in that day thou seest my face, thou shalt die. And Moses said, Thou hast spoken well. I will see thy face again no more. Thus we have the 10th judgment. And the 10th judgment is found in the 12th chapter, the 29th verse. Let us all take a look at the final judgment for the Egyptians, servant Egyptians, having Israel to serve them in rigor, and for the affliction and oppression that they placed upon Yahweh's children. The 10th judgment tells us in the 29th verse. If we all go there, please. The 29th verse of the 12th chapter is where you will find the last judgment. And it reads, And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, and we know not one of our firstborn was touched. And that's another great proof that none of the judgments was placed on Israel when they found themselves in the enemy's land and their enemies were being judged. Thus it reads again in the 29th verse, And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, and to the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead, except the houses of Israel, because Israel was not to be judged, but to be saved, to be redeemed. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, Rise up and get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go serve Yahweh as ye have said. Also take your flock and your herd as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptian was urgent upon the people, that they might send them out of the land in haste, for they said, We be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneeling trough being bound upon their clothes, upon their shoulders, and the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses. And they bought of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, as it read in Exodus the 15th chapter, the 13th and 14th verse, where it says, After Yahweh judged them whom the Israelites served, that they will lead with great reward. And we are reading this great reward. And it tells us again, and the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses, and they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians. That was the 10th and last judgment upon the Egyptians. And we are showing these things to allow you to know that Israel is not to be judged when Yahweh come to redeem them. When Yahweh come to save them, they are not to be redeemed, or they are not to be judged, but instead redeemed. But it tells us when Israel came out of Egypt, they went into the wilderness. And when they went into the wilderness, they were placed under the covenant of the law. And when they were placed under the covenant of the law, the statutes of life, the Almighty told them the judgments thereof, the judgments for their disobedience, the judgment for them not following every word. And we have examples, and we have the words of the judgments that Yahweh said he will place on Israel. But note, this that we're about to show is after the Israelites come out of bondage. It's not while they are in bondage. It's not while they're being servants and afflicted, but it is after they come out of bondage and was brought under the covenant of the law. Yahweh told them what would befall them if they does not well, and sin lies at their door. And we have a few examples of them being judged in the wilderness. And I'd like to show those few examples. One of the examples is found in Exodus 31. If we all turn there, please. Excuse me. Exodus 31. I want you to hear the words of the judgment dealing with the Sabbath. Thus, let us turn to Exodus 31. The next judgment will follow it, and it will be found in Exodus 32. But let's go to Exodus 31, and let's take a look at the 12th verse to the 16th verse. And it tells us, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbaths ye shall keep. And it denotes all the Sabbaths. For it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations. When the Israelites are under the Sabbath, it will be a sign. And this sign will be seen throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Yahweh that does sanctify you. So if you were truly under the Sabbaths, there will be a sign upon you throughout your generations. And that sign will denote that Yahweh has sanctified you, that have set you apart, that have made a difference, that have made a distinction between you and everyone else. It continue to tell us, ye shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defile, please take note of the judgment. Everyone that defile it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whosoever does any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. So there is a judgment, a law, and a judgment given to the children of Israel concerning the Sabbath. And this was not given to the Israelites when they were in Egypt, when they were in another man's land being servants and afflicted, but it was given to the redeemed. It was given to those that was recipients of this great salvation. And it allows us to know that it follows the path from the beginning. If thou does well, thou should be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lies at the door. Well, in this judgment that we are showing in the wilderness, we can show that this judgment befell our people because they did not well. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Numbers, the 15th chapter. Numbers, the 15th chapter, dealing with this judgment that is proclaimed to the Israelites for any that defile the Sabbath day. It tells us in Numbers, the 15th chapter, if we pick up at the 32nd verse, and it reads, giving us a judgment in the wilderness because the Israelites did not do well dealing with the Sabbath days. And it tells us in the 32nd verse of the 15th chapter of Numbers, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, please take note, not in the Egyptians' land, nor in their own land, but they were freed, redeemed with the statutes of life, and they broke one of the statutes of life, and judgment is being shown here upon them. Thus it tells us in the 32nd verse, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks on the Sabbath day. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him into Moses and Aaron and into all the congregation. And they put him inward because it was not declared what should be done to him. And Yahweh said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death, as we just read in Exodus, the 31st chapter. All the congregation shall stone him. Please take note of the instructions. For the rumor is Yahweh is going to punish those that don't keep the Sabbath. Yahweh is going to punish those that defile the Sabbath. But that is not the instructions for those that find themselves under the covenant of the law. Thus, we hear and are reminded of the instructions, for it tells us in the 35th verse of Numbers, the 15th chapter, and Yahweh said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him. Not Yahweh and all the congregation, not Yahweh, but it reads all the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation following the instructions, brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones that he die, as Yahweh commanded Moses. So it allows us to know the difference between a judgment in the land of your enemies and a judgment in the wilderness once you are under the covenant of the law. How the judgment is now upon you, not your enemy. The punishment is not going to befall your enemy because of what you didn't do. The punishment is going to befall you while you find yourself under the covenant of the law. And again, Israel, there is no law without judgment. So that's why I wanted to show that great judgment that was pronounced in the wilderness once the Israelites were out of the enemy land. And I'll reference another judgment, which is in Exodus 32. And you can put that down in your notes and read that again later on. But I would like to highlight this particular judgment against the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house. And that is found in Numbers, the 20th chapter. Let us all please turn to Numbers, the 20th chapter, to see the second judgment that your brother would declare that befell the Israelites in the wilderness once they were free under the covenant of the law. And it tells us in Numbers, the 20th chapter, if we pick up at the 7th verse. Numbers, the 20th chapter, the 7th verse. And it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Take the rod and gather the assembly together, thy and Aaron thy brother, and speak ye into the rock. Please take note of the instructions because our brothers did not. So please take note as we read. It says, And speak ye into the rock before their eyes, and it shall give forth his water, and thou shalt bring forth to them water out of the rock. So thou shalt give the congregation and their beasts drink. And Moses took the rod from before Yahweh, as he commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered the congregation together before the rock. And he said unto them, not the rock, but unto them, Hear now, ye rebels, must we fetch you water out of this rock? If you're going to follow, if you're going to be obedient to the instructions, you must. And Moses lifted up his hand, and with his rod he smote the rock twice, which represent him not doing well. And the water came out abundantly, and the congregation drunk, and their beasts also. And Yahweh speaked unto Moses and Aaron, because ye believed me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel. Therefore ye shall not bring this congregation into the land which I have given them. This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Israel strove with Yahweh, and he was sanctified in them. What this is saying, and why I used it, is because Moses is the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house. And this shows that Yahweh is not a respect of person. Thus, when Moses did not well, sin lied at the door, and he was not accepted. Thus, he was not able to enter into the land of promise. He was not able to bring the children of Israel into the land of promise as promised. And that was his judgment for not following all that Yahweh said, for not following every word of the instructions. So we are judged when we are under the law. We are judged if we done good, well, or not well. And then we get a reward for doing well or a punishment from the judgment from doing not well. We are not judged in the enemy's land. When we are judged in the enemy's land, it is not by Yahweh, it is by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of man are we judged when we find ourselves in the enemy's land. And it is all because of the curse that was to overtake you when you went in your enemy's land. Thus it tells us, and we know these things to be true if we turn to Leviticus, the 26th chapter. Leviticus, the 26th chapter, tells us, if we pick up at the 14th verse, but if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant, I also note the punishment, note the judgment. It says, I also will do this unto you for not doing well. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning urge that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you. Note the judgment. Note the punishment when you break the covenant of the law. And ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursues you. And if ye shall not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. So here it allows us to know when the Israelites are punished or judged for their sins. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, for we need to know who will be judged in the last days. And we are showing who will be judged in the last days by this great presentation called The Judgment Was Set and the Books Were Open. So we're able to prove who will be judged in the last days while these books are open. I can't prove it if I close the book. But while I reveal that which is written in this book that is open, we are able to reveal to Israel, according to their Creator's voice, who will be judged in the last days. And so far, it will not be Israel. It tells us in the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up at the 15th verse, it allows us to know the judgment for those that break the covenant of the law. It allows us to know the punishment for disobedience. Thus it tells us in the 15th verse of the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe to do all, not some, not the best you can, all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So it allows us to know that we will be judged at this time when the children of Israel refused to hearken to the voice of Yahweh, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes. Then will Yahweh put all these curses upon thee to overtake thee. Cursed shall thou be in the city, and cursed shall thou be in the field. Cursed shall thou be thy basket and thy store. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kind and the flock of thy sheep. Cursed shall thou be when thou come in, and cursed shall thou be when thou goes out. Yahweh shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke, and all that thou settest thy hand into for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly, because of the wickedness of thy doing, because you did not do well, whereby thou hast forsaken me. Yahweh shall make the pestilence cleave into thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land, whether thou goes to possess it. Yahweh shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with inflammation, and with extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blistering, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. So again, we have the instructions and the knowledge of the punishment that will befall the Israelites if they break the covenant of the law while they find themselves in their land. We've seen the punishment that befell the Israelites that were under the covenant of the law in the wilderness, that did not take heed to all the words of the instructions. But we have not found one verse where Yahweh judged Israel for how they lived in the enemy's land, being servants and afflicted. And that is the point of today. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Leviticus, the 18th chapter. Leviticus, the 18th chapter, because you must know why Yahweh cursed you. You must know why Yahweh will punish you. You must know why Yahweh is saving you. And for us to know why we will be saved, we must know why we were punished and who did the crime for us to be punished, for us to be waking up in hell, to be born in hell. It tells us in the book of Leviticus, if we look at the 18th chapter, and if we pick up at the 24th verse and read to the 30th verse, it reads, defile not yourselves. Defile not yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. So all the nations are defiled. Their inhabitation is defiled. And if you find yourself in their inhabitation, you are defiled. The 25th verse reads, and the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it. And the land itself vomit out her inhabitations. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourn among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled. That the land strew not you out also, when ye defile it, as it strewed out the nations that were before you. And as we see today, that the Israelites are spewed out of their land. And the only way and the only reason that they are spewed or cast out of their land is because they broke the covenant of the law. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even as so that commit them, shall be cut off from among his people. And when you are cut off from among Yahweh's people, you are cut off from him. You are cut off from the presence of Yahweh. Therefore shall ye keep my ordinances, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And these same words can be found if we take a look at the 20th chapter and pick up at the 22nd verse. And it reads, ye shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, that the land whether I bring you to dwell therein spew you not out, cast you not out, and ye shall not walk in the manner of the nation, which I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, your dwellings, and I will give it unto you to possess it, your dwellings, a land that floweth with milk and honey, your dwellings. I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which has separated you from other people. And if you have any understanding, this will denote that your dwelling is separated from the rest of the world. So all of your dwellings can never be in the midst of your enemies. It must be separate. Let's read that one more time. It says in the 24th verse, but I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land. Talking about the enemy. Talking about the Canaanites. Talking about the land that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I will give it into you to possess it, a land that floweth with milk and honey. I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which has separated you from other people. Your dwellings cannot be no other place if other people is there. How about that? Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowl and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beast, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creep on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I, Yahweh, am holy, and have severed you, giving you your own dwellings. It says, and have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. A man also, or woman, that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them. And it also tells us, dealing with the penalties for sin, for not doing well in that great land of promise. It tells us, I'd like to show one more place, and that is Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. To allow us to know that there's a time and season for everything under the sun, and Yahweh changes not. Thus, later on in retrospect, in the book of Jeremiah, the 9th chapter, the 19th verse tells us this, and it coincides perfectly with what was said in the wilderness. It tells us in Jeremiah 9:19, it reads, "For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled?" The last thing I remember, we spoiled the Egyptians. Well, the question is, how are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded. Why? Could it be because you forsook the covenant? Because you did the abomination that Yahweh commanded Israel not to do in that great land of promise? It reads, because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings has cast us out. So again, Israel, your dwellings was none other than the land of promise, the same land that you possessed and the same land that you inherited, the same land that Yahweh covenanted with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is all of your dwellings. And the Almighty allowed us to know that the Israelites did not dwell in all of their dwellings. Thus, they were cast out of their dwellings. All of them. So where you find yourself today and where you landed today could never be your dwellings. And please take note, even though the scripture read that Israel dwelt in Egypt, the Almighty made a distinction to let you know that the place that you dwelled in, Yahweh was with you to redeem you out of it. It was not the dwelling place that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yahweh never promised Abraham Egypt. Never. And if you forget, all you must do is read Genesis 15:18-22. It allows you to know the geographical location that consists of all of your dwellings. And again, another example for the reason for judgment. If we turn our scripture, we are already in Jeremiah. Let's take a look at Jeremiah 2. A reason for judgment. There's a reason for judgment because Yahweh is righteous. So if you are right, as the scripture tells us also in Jeremiah, that Yahweh's hand is not shortened, he's going to reward you. You're going to be accepted. But if you're not right, then you can rest assured this punishment will befall you. And it did. And we are reading the law and testimony to show how the judgment befell our fathers, and we working our way to the judgment that has set, and that which we found in the open books, which will deal with our enemy, the Gentiles or the other nations. But so far, we see without a shadow of a doubt, Israel is not judged. Only once they became under the covenant of the law and did against the covenant of the law, was they judged and punished. It tells us in Jeremiah 2, if we pick up at the first verse and read to the 7th, giving us the grand reason for judgment, it says, upon Israel, that is, it says, moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, thus said Yahweh, I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth, the love of thy espousal, when thou wentest after me in the wilderness, in the land that was not sown. Israel was holiness. Note when Israel was holiness, not when they were in Egypt. This is speaking about when he brought them out of Egypt. And when they found themselves in the wilderness, in a land that was not sown or not inhabited. Israel was holiness unto Yahweh. In the wilderness, and the first fruit of his increase. All that devoured him shall offend, based on what was already promised to Abram in Genesis 12 and Genesis 15. It tells us, all that devour him shall offend. Evil shall come upon them, said Yahweh. So evil is judged. Evil is punished. And it allows us to know that the nations will be judged because of their evil, because they devour Israel and have offended. Hear ye the word of Yah, O house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of Israel. Thus said Yahweh, what iniquity have your fathers found in me? Where am I wrong? That they are gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and are become vain. Neither say they, where is Yahweh, that brought us up out of the land of Egypt? They didn't judge us. He didn't judge us in Egypt, but the scripture tells us, where is Yahweh that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness, through a land of desert and of pits, through a land of drought and of shadow of death, through a land that no man passed, through though and where no man dwelt. And I brought you into a plentiful country. Please take note of all your dwellings, to eat the fruit thereof, and the goodness thereof. But when ye entered, ye defiled my land, and made my heritage an abomination. So that is the reason for judgment. That is the reason for punishment. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Ezekiel, Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter. The reason for judgment, the reason for punishment. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter, and let's pick up at the sorry about that. I'm in Jeremiah. Let me get to where I said Ezekiel 22. And let's pick up at the very first verse. Another chapter that is testifying against the children of Israel for sinning in the land, for not doing well, justifying Yahweh for punishing them and for judging them and punishing them. Thus it tells us in Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, Moreover, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Now, thy son of man, will thy judge the bloody city? Yea, thou shalt show her all her abominations. Then said I, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, the city shed its blood in the midst of it, that her time may come and make idols against herself to defile herself. Thou art become guilty in thy blood that thou hast shed, and hast defiled thyself in thy idols which thou hast made, and thou hast caused thy days to draw near, and art come even into thy years. Therefore have I made thee a reproach unto the heathen, and a mocking to all countries. Those that be near and those that be far from thee shall mock thee, which art infamous and much vexed. Behold, the prince of Israel, every one were in thee to their power to shed blood. In thee have they set light by father and mother. In the midst of thee have they dealt by oppression with the stranger. In thee have they vexed the fatherless and the widow. Thou hast despised my holy things, and have profaned my Sabbaths. In thee are men that carry tails to shed blood. In thee they eat upon the mountains. In the midst of thee they commit lawlessness. In thee have they discovered their father's nakedness. In thee have they humbled her that was set apart for pollution. And one have committed abomination with his neighbor's wife, and another have lawfully defiled his daughter-in-law, and another in thee have humbled his sister, his father's daughter. In thee have they taken gifts to shed blood. Thou hast taken usury and increase, and thou hast greedily gained of thy neighbors by extortion, and hast forgotten me, said Yahweh Elohim. Behold, therefore I have smitten my hand at thy dishonest gain which thou hast made, and at thy blood which have been in the midst of thee. So here is one of the great reasons for judgment and punishment against the Israelites once they were under the covenant of the law in the land of promise. It also tells us reasons for judgment and punishment can be found in 2 Kings. Let us all turn our scriptures to 2 Kings 17. 2 Kings 17. And it tells us in 2 Kings 17, if we pick up at the 7th verse, 2 Kings 17, verse 7. And it will continue to give us the reason for judgment and punishment against the Israelites when they were in their land under the covenant of the law. And it reads in the 7th verse, For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against Yahweh their Elohim, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had feared other gods, and walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom Yahweh cast out from before the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel, which they had made, which we just read in Ezekiel 22. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right, that was not well against Yahweh their Elohim. And they built them high places in all their cities, from the tower of the watchmen to the fenced cities. And they set them up images and groves in every high hill and under every green tree. And there, in the land of promise, they burnt incense in all the high places, as did the heathen whom Yahweh carried away before them, which was none other than the 7 nations of the Canaanites, and wrought wicked things to provoke Yahweh to anger. And they served idols, whereof Yahweh has said unto them, Ye shall not do this thing. Yet Yahweh testified, and that is why we are using the law and the testimonies, to show the world that we have light on this matter. For it is written, Yet Yahweh testified against Israel and against Yehudah by all the prophets and by all the seers, saying, Turn ye from your evil ways, and keep my commandments and my statutes, according to all the law which I command your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants the prophets. Notwithstanding, they would not hear, as they are not listening today, but hearken their necks like to the neck of their fathers, that did not believe in Yahweh their Elohim. And a lot of you today do not believe that Yahweh is going to save you out of this hell. Not judge you, but save you. And they rejected his statutes in his covenant that he made with their fathers, in his testimonies. They refused to listen to these words, which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the heathen that were round about them, concerning whom Yahweh had charged them that they should not do like them. And they left off all the commandments of Yahweh their Elohim, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and a molten grove, and worshipped all the hosts of heaven, and served the Lord. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger. Thus came his judgments and punishments. Therefore Yahweh was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight, as he did with Cain. There was none left but the tribe of Yehudah only. And also Yehudah kept not the commandments of Yahweh their Elohim, but walked in the statutes of Israel, which they made. And Yahweh rejected all. The scripture says, if thou does well, shall thou not be accepted? Well, here it tells us, and Yahweh rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, until he cast them out of his sight. The same thing he did to Cain. For he rent Israel from the house of David, and they made Jehoram the son of Nebat king, and Jehoram drove Israel from following Yahweh, and made them sin a great sin. For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he did. They departed not from them until, please take note, until Yahweh removed Israel out of his sight, as he had said by his servants the prophets. So was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria and to this day. It also tells us, if we take a look, if we go back to Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, reasons for judgment and punishment that befell the Israelites. It tells us in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, if we pick up at the 16th verse, and it reads, Moreover, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, not wherever they at, all of their dwellings was their own land. They defiled it by their own way, being right in their own eyes, leaning upon their own imagination. Thus it says, and by their doings, their way was before me as the uncleanness of a removed woman. And I am here today to tell you, for any one of you that try to reenact the holy ways of Yahweh in a polluted land, your ways and your doings is before Yahweh as the uncleanness of a removed woman. Wherefore I poured my fury upon them for the blood that they had shed upon the land, and for the idols wherewith they had polluted it. And I scattered them, please take note, for the reason of the judgment and punishment. And I scattered them, and note the testimony. And I scattered them among the heathen, and they were dispersed through the countries according to their way and according to their doings. I judge them. And when they entered into the heathen, where you at today, whether they went, they profaned my holy name. How? By not keeping a broken covenant? Absolutely not. It says, when they said to them, these are the people of Yahweh, and are gone forth out of his land. As I stated, Israel, one of the greatest sin, if not the greatest, one of the greatest judgments and punishments, if not the greatest, is being out of your land. Cast out of your land. Because not only are you cast out of your land, but you are cast out from the presence of your Creator. Thus it reads again, and when they entered into the heathen, whether they went, they profaned my holy name. When they said unto them, these are the people of Yahweh, and are gone forth out of his land. But I had pity for my holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned among the heathens, whither they went, for punishment. Therefore say unto the house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I do not this for your sake, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which ye have profaned among the heathens, whither ye went. And I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathens, which ye had profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen, please take note, shall know that I am Yahweh, said Yahweh Elohim, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. And Yahweh said he required that which is past. Well, if that's the case, look at the past. When was Israel sanctified? Was it not when they were brought out of Egypt? Was it not when they were saved and redeemed out of Egypt, finding themselves in the wilderness? Absolutely. So again, they are not waiting to be judged, but they are waiting to Yahweh to come and sanctify, or to be sanctified in you before their eyes. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Daniel, it tells us in the book of Daniel, the 9th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it tells us, if we pick up at the 7th verse and read to the 11th verse, and it reads. No, let's start at the 5th. Sorry about that. Let's start at the 5th. And let's read to the 11th of Daniel 9. Another place to show the reason for judgment and punishment. And it tells us in the 5th verse of the 9th chapter of Daniel, we have sinned and have committed iniquity and have done wickedly and have rebelled even by departing from the precepts and from thy judgment. So again, he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. If you depart from that, the scripture says you sin. You commit iniquity. You doing wickedly and have rebelled. How about that? The 6th verse reads, neither have we hearkened unto thy servants, the prophets, which speak in thy name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to do all, and to all the people of the land. Yahweh, righteousness belongs unto thee, but unto us confusion of faith, as it is today. That's why you don't know if you're going to be judged or not, because you're confused, because you refuse to hearken to all that Yahweh has said. It says, Yahweh, righteousness belongs unto thee, but unto us confusion of faces, as at this day, to the men of Yehuda, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and unto all Israel that are near and that are far off, through all the countries, whither thou hast driven them. Please take note why you find yourself in another country. It is only because you have been judged and punished. It says, because their trespass that they have trespassed against thee. You are not in another man's land, nor are you being punished for what you are doing today, but you find yourself born in hell because of what has been done in the land of promise. Because of the trespass of the covenant. Yahweh, to us belong confusion of faith, to our kings, to our princes, to our fathers, because we have sinned against thee. To Yahweh, our Elohim, belongs mercy and forgiveness, though we have rebelled against him. How about that? So even though they know they're being judged, they ain't thinking, they're not talking about a double jeopardy. They're not talking about being judged twice. They are looking for Yahweh or Elohim, because what belongs to him is mercy and forgiveness. Though we have rebelled against him, even though we have rebelled, even though we have broken the covenant, even though we have been judged and punished, mercy and forgiveness belongs unto Yahweh. And that is what you are supposed to be looking for today. Not to be judged, not to be for any iniquity of Yahweh, such as a double jeopardy or a double judgment and punishment. But we are waiting and hoping to be saved, to be redeemed, to be a recipient of Yahweh's loving kindness, mercy, and forgiveness. And those are some of the terms and attributes of Yahweh that are hardly ever heard throughout y'all conversation. It tells us in the 10th verse, neither have we obeyed the voice of Yahweh our Elohim to walk in his laws, which he set before us by his servants the prophets. There is no prophets today that Yahweh is sending to us, rising up early sinning, telling us to keep the covenant of the law. Those things was done when you were in the land. Those things was done when Israel had a chance to return. The scripture tells us that Yahweh raised up his prophets early, sending them to warn Israel to return before the judgment and punishment came. Once the judgment and punishment comes, it tells us that denoted that there was not a remedy left for Israel. Thus, they were sent into Babylon. So I will end in Daniel 9, reading verse 11 will be the last verse I will read in Daniel 9, and it reads, yea, all Israel have transgressed thy law, even by departing, that they might not obey thy voice. Therefore, please take note why you find yourself cursed, not because of how you lived in the enemy's land, but how you lived in Yahweh's land. And it says, therefore, the curse is pulled upon us, and the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the servant of Elohim, because we have sinned against him. And I'll end with the 12th verse. It says, I'll end with the 13th verse. It says, and he hath confirmed his words, which he speak against us and against our judges that judged us, by bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heaven have not been done as have been done upon Jerusalem, as it is written in the law of Moses. All this evil is come upon us, yet may we not our prayers, our cry before Yahweh, our Elohim, that we might turn from our iniquities and understand thy truth. And with the judgment was set and the books were open, we have the knowledge that Israel has sinned, and they have done wickedly, and they were judged and punished. Now they are waiting to be redeemed. They are waiting on Yahweh's mercy. They are waiting on Yahweh's loving kindness. They are waiting to be redeemed. And not judged. It also tells us, I got one more place I would like to go that I select to show. It tells us, if we look in the book of Amos, the book of Amos, and I would like to go backwards. I want to start at 3, Amos 3, and then we'll read Amos 2. I want to start at Amos 3, and let's read the first 2 verses of Amos 3. And it tells us in Amos 3, the first 2 verses, these words. And it allows us to know that Yahweh is righteous. There is no iniquity in him. And the only reason that the Israelites find themselves in another man's land, judged and punished, is because they broke the covenant of the law in their own land. Thus, it reads in the very first verse of the 3rd chapter of Amos to the 2nd verse. Hear this word that Yahweh has spoken against you, the testimonies, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for your iniquities. And that's why we find ourselves born in hell today. Because the fathers of the Israelites committed iniquity, they broke the covenant of the law, and they have been punished. Amos, the 2nd chapter, tells us in the 4th verse, but I would like to start at the 3rd verse and read to the 4th verse. And it reads, and I will cut off the judge from the midst thereof, and will slay all the princes thereof with him, said Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh, for 3 transgressions of Yehudah, and for 4 I will not turn away, please take note, the punishment thereof. Why not? Because Yahweh is not a respecter person. Because he mean what he say, and he say what he mean. Because Yahweh required that which is past. Thus it reads, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they have despised the law of Yahweh, and have not kept his commandments. And their lies caused them to err after that which their fathers have walked. But I will send a fire upon Yehudah, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem. So it allows us to know why Israel was punished. If we read down a little more, it also allows us to know why Israel, well, what we just read was speaking about Yehudah in the 2nd chapter, the 3rd and 4th and 5th verse. Well, the 6th and 7th verse also allows us to know that Israel will be judged and punished too. Thus said Yahweh according to the 6th verse, for 3 transgressions of Israel, and for 4 I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they sold the righteous for silver, and the poor for a pair of shoes, that painted after the dust of the earth on the head of the poor, and turned aside the way of the meek. And a man and his father will go into the same maid to profane my holy name. And they lay themselves down upon clothes laid to plague by every altar, and they drink the wine of the condemned in the house of their gods. Yet destroy I the Amorites before them, whose height was like the heights of the cedars, and he was strong as the oak. Yet I destroyed his fruit from above, and his roots from beneath. Also I brought you up from the land of Egypt, and led you 40 years through the wilderness to possess the land of the Amorites. And I raised up of your sons for prophets, and of your young men for Nazarites. Is it not even thus, O ye children of Israel, said Yahweh? But ye gave the Nazarites wine to drink, and commanded the prophets, saying, prophesy not. So these are the sins that the Israelites were also judged and punished for. It also allows us to know that Yahweh said that he will, the scripture allows us to know the judgment within the family. And the judgment that's within the family could be seen if we turn our scriptures to 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter tells us, dealing with the judgments within the family, it says, and it all has to do with if thy does not well. If thy does well, sin. If thou doest well, you shall be accepted. You don't have to worry about these words. But if thou doest not well, sin lies at the door. We have testimony that they did not well. Thus, they were sinners, and they were judged and punished. And we find in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, allowing us to know, if we pick up at the 14th verse, and it says, I will be his father, and he shall be my son. If he commit iniquity, if he does not well, I will chasten him with the rod of man, and with the stripes of the children of men. And this is one of the punishments for the families dealing with us as a whole. But it starts out with the king and his family. And it allows us to know that we would be ruled and judged in the enemy's land by the enemy. And it will not be based on if we kept the covenant of Yahweh or not, but how we live in their under their state, in their society, how we lived and how we obeyed them or didn't obey them is what the rod of man and the stripes of the sons of man denotes. Yahweh got the man whooping our butts and our punishment in their land. So it tells us one more time in the 14th verse and 15th verse, I will be his father, and he shall be my son. If he commit iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men and with the stripes of the children of men. But please take note on what we are waiting for after we have been judged and punished. But my mercy shall not depart away from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away before thee. Another rendering of the judgment within the family can be found in Psalms 89. If we turn there, please. Psalms 89. And it tells us in Psalms 89, allowing us to know the punishment of the family when the judgment and the punishment of the family when they break the covenant of the law. It tells us in Psalms 89, if we pick up at the 28th verse. And it tells us, my mercy will I keep for him forever, as we just read in 2 Samuel 7. And my covenant shall stand fast with him. His seed also will I make to endure forever, and his throne as the days of heaven. Please take note, if his children forsake my law and walk not in my judgments, if they break my statutes and keep not my commandments, that's breaking the covenant, then I will visit their transgression. I will visit them for not doing well with the rod, please take note, and their iniquity, and don't forget what that rod denotes, the rod of man, and their iniquity with stripes. Don't forget what these stripes denote, the stripes of the children of men. But it allows us to know that after this judgment, after this punishment, they should be looking for Yahweh's mercy. They should be looking to be redeemed. Thus it reads in the 33rd verse, and this will be the last verse I read in this chapter. Nevertheless, my loving kindness will I not utterly take from him, nor suffer my faithfulness to fail. Meaning, Yahweh will be faithful to all that he has said. You can rest assured that it will come to pass. And what was to come to pass was Yahweh redeeming the families back to the land and re-establishing David's house by his seed. So since we see the reason for judgment and punishment, and we've seen by testimony how the Israelites were punished and what the sentence denote, what they would go through while they were in the enemy's lands, you have heard your brother speak several times about mercy, about pardoning, about compassion, about the truth. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Proverbs, the 16th chapter, and let's establish this last part under the truth, that Israel is not waiting to be judged, but are waiting to be redeemed. Israel is not waiting to be judged, as it is written in Jeremiah 30, but they are waiting to be saved. So let's start this great last part of the presentation off with words of wisdom that is found in Proverbs, the 16th chapter. And let's see, do Proverbs, the 16th chapter, these words of wisdom coincide with everything we have shown forth thus far. For it tells us in Proverbs, the 16th chapter, words of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, it tells us, starting at the 4th verse. Proverbs 16:4, and we will read to the 6th verse, I think. Now we'll stop at the 7th verse, and it reads, Yahweh has made all things for himself, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. The day of evil is the day of judgment and punishment. Everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh. Though hand join in hand, he shall not be unpunished or held innocent. By mercy, please take note, by mercy and truth, according to what we have read these last few hours, the iniquity of the Israelites have been shown. And it shows that they were not innocent, nor did they go unpunished. But it allows us to know by mercy and truth. This truth will allow us to know what comes after the punishment. This truth will allow one to know what comes after the judgment. This truth will allow one to know how the Israelites will be forgiven and not judged. For it tells us in the 6th verse, by mercy and truth, iniquity, sin, not doing well is purged. And by the fear of Yahweh, men depart from evil. The Almighty even said, when a man's ways pleases Yah, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. Is that not done by the mercy of Yahweh? And what is it that a man can do to please Yahweh? It is found in the 6th verse. The fear of Yahweh. Men depart from evil. So having that fear, understanding the mercy and truth, man ways will please Yahweh, to where Yahweh will make even his enemies be at peace with him. So it's the mercy and the truth that I want you to see, how Israel will be saved, how the mercy and truth do not denote Israel being judged again, but it denotes his mercy, his loving kindness toward his children that he had to punish because of their disobedience, because of their iniquity, because they were not found doing well. Thus, sin laid at their door. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 30th chapter, by the law and by the testimony, if they come not according to these, it is only because they have no light on the subject matter. Well, we're using the law, and we're going to continue to use the testimonies to show the world that we possess light with the judgment being set and the books being open. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah 30, I'll start at the first and end at the 7th, and it reads, the word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, thus speak Yahweh Elohim of Israel, saying, write thee all the words that I have spoken unto thee in a book, and this book is open. For lo, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel, and Yehudah, said Yahweh, and I will cause them to return. Please take note who will cause us to return once he bring again the captivity of his people. It says, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, all of their dwellings, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that Yahweh speak concerning Israel and concerning Yehudah. For thus said Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now and see whether a man does travel with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his lions, as a woman in travel, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. And it has truly been a great day of trials and tribulations, of servitude and affliction. And it says, so that none is like it. It is even. Note what it is called. Note what it denotes. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. And you are truly in trouble if Yahweh hath cursed thee and the curses have overtaken thee. You are truly in trouble. But rest assured, even though what we have brought forth is crimson, it is terrible, it is dark, it is sad, the Almighty allowed us to know in the last sentence of the 7th verse, but he, Israel and Yehudah, shall be saved out of it. Not judged, even though it's a great day, even though it's a lot of trouble in that time, they will not be judged. It says, he shall be saved out of it. And what is it that he will be saved out of? If you forgot that quick, all you must do is look at the 3rd verse, and it is captivity. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the 31st chapter of Jeremiah, and it tells us in the 31st chapter of Jeremiah, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it tells us, at the same time, said Yahweh, will I be the Elohim of all the families of Israel, and they shall be my people, all of them, not 1 or 2 or 3 tribes return it, all of them. Thus said Yahweh, the people which were left of the sword found grace in the wilderness, even Israel, when I went to cause him to rest. Yahweh have appeared of old unto me, saying, Yea, I have loved thee with an everlasting love. Therefore, please take note, with loving kindness have I drawn thee, not another judgment. Again, I will build thee, and thou shalt be built, O virgin of Israel. Thou shalt again be adorned with thy tabrets, and shalt go forth in the dance of them that make merry. Thou shalt yet plant vines upon the mountain of Samaria, and planters shall plant, and shall eat them as common things. For there shall be a day that the watchmen upon Mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise ye, and let us go up to Zion, and to Yahweh our Elohim. For thus said Yahweh, Sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nations. Publish ye, praise ye, and say, Yahweh what? Save thy people, the remnant of Israel. The remnant of Israel is not going to be punished or judged anymore. They're going to be saved. And this is one of the great attributes of Yahweh that many of you Israelites that say you witness for Yahweh never witness. Thus it continued to tell us, Behold, I will bring them from the north country, and gather them from the coasts of the earth, and with them the blind, and the lame, the woman with child, and her that travel with child. Together a great company shall return tighter. They shall come with weeping, and with supplication will I lead them. I will cause them to walk by the rivers of water in a straight way, not the crooked way you find yourself walking today, wherein they shall not stumble. For I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. Hear the word of Yahweh, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles afar off, and say, He that scattered Israel will judge Israel. That is not what it reads. But what it does read, He that scattered Israel will gather him and keep him as a shepherd does his flock. When he gathered them, he is redeeming them. For Yahweh have redeemed Jacob and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. So again, Israel, while we find ourselves in the hand of him that is stronger than us, we are not waiting to be judged on how we lived among him that was stronger than us, but instead we are waiting to be redeemed from him that is stronger than us, from him that had us in his hands, from him that ruled over us rigorously and afflicted us. We are waiting to be redeemed out of his hands and not judged for how we lived among him. It also tells us in this great chapter I would like to pick up at the 15th verse that gives us a metaphor of Yahweh's mercy, dealing with our fathers and dealing with us coming out of judgment and punishment. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah 31, verse 15, Thus said Yahweh, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. And note, the metaphor. The metaphor is wrapped around Rachel, for Rachel is the mother of Israel, the mother of several of the tribes that is known as the 10 tribes of Israel. Thus it says, Rachel weeping for her children, refused to be comforted for her children because they were not. Thus said Yahweh, refrain thy voice. Look what he said. He didn't say keep crying because I'm about to come back and judge them. But what he do tell Rachel in this metaphor, thus said Yahweh, refrain thy voice from weeping and thy eyes from tears, for thy work shall be rewarded, said Yahweh, and they shall come again from the land of their enemies. And there is hope in thy end, said Yahweh, that thy children shall come again to their own border. I have surely heard Ephraim bemoaning himself thus, thou hast chastened me, and I was chastised, as a bullock unaccustomed to the yoke. Turn thy me, and I shall be turned, for thy art Yahweh my Elohim. Surely after that, after the judgment, after the chastisement, that I was turned, I repented. And after that, I was instructed. Please take note of the order of the instructions. There is a time for everything under the sun. Look at the time, how things transpired. It says again in the 19th verse, surely after that I was turned, I repented, and after that I was instructed. I smote upon my thigh. I was ashamed, yea, even confounded, because I did bear the reproach of my youth. And we are bearing the reproach of the youth of the children of Israel. It tells us, is Ephraim my dear son? Is he a pleasant child? For since I speak against him, I do earnestly remember him. And how did he speak against him? Was it not with the judgment and the punishment? But he said, since I speak against him, I do earnestly remember him still. Because Yahweh is not a man that he shall lie. He made a covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So he still remembered them even though he has to punish them. Therefore my trials are troubled for him. I will surely have mercy upon him, said Yahweh. 1 second, please. I got to switch phone. 1 second.
Look in the Emos room.
Sorry about that, Israel. Ran out of juice. Give me 1 second. That's all we did. Shalom, Israel. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. We were in Jeremiah, the 31st chapter, before the battery went out on the phone. I think I was done with that. I know I'm not. I wanted to show that metaphor of Elohim mercy. And then I also want to show where it tells us in the 22nd verse, it says, how long will thy go about, O thy backsliding daughter? For Yahweh hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel. As yet they shall use this speech in the land of Yehuda, in the cities thereof. When I shall bring again their captivity. Yahweh bless thee, O habitants, O habitation of justice, and mountains of holiness. And there shall dwell in Yehuda itself, and in all the cities thereof together, husbandmen, and they that go forth with flock. For I have saturated the weary soul. And note, not judged, but saturated the weary soul, and have replenished every sorrowful soul. Upon this I waked and beheld, and my sleep was sweet unto me. It wasn't a horror. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't a worry that Israel was going to be judged again, but instead it was sweet because he seen the mercy of Elohim. And after this mercy of Elohim was seen and he awaked, it tells us, if we pick up at the 29th verse, I'll start at the 27th because it allows us to know the way of instructions. It allows us to know the way of Yahweh's will and plan. Thus it says in the 27th verse, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Yehuda with the seed of men and with the seed of beasts. And it shall come to pass that like as I have watched over them to pluck up, and this is the time that you're being punished. This is the time that the judgment is being laid upon you. Thus it says, like as I have watched over them to pluck up, and to break down, and to throw down, and to destroy, and to afflict, so will I watch over them to build and to plant, said Yahweh. So once he watched over us with destruction and affliction, then it says, it don't say that we will be judged again. It says that we will be saved. It says that we will be watched over to be built and to be planted, said Yahweh. In those days they shall say no more, the father have eaten a sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge. But as we teach today, that we are here because of what our fathers did. But the 30th verse says, but everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Everyone should be found guilty for his own iniquity. Every man that eat the sour grape, his teeth shall be set on edge. And then it says, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Yehuda, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out. Please take note when the covenant was made. when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break. Please take note why the Israelites were judged and punished. Although I was an husband unto them, said Yahweh, but this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel, which have not been made yet. After those days, said Yahweh, I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, Know Yahweh, as we are saying this day. For they shall all know me. And there's a time for everything, even for they all shall know me, from the least of them and to the greatest of them, say Yahweh. For I will what? Will we know him? Because he will come back and judge us for how we lived among the enemy? Or does it say, for I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. Thus said Yahweh, which give the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon, and of stars for a light by night, which divide the sea when the waves thereof roar. Yahweh of hosts is his name. If those ordinances depart from before me, said Yahweh, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. So it allows us to know that Yahweh have a great plan for the Israelites. And that plan is not a double jeopardy. It's not another judgment, but it is a salvation. It is a redemption. It is a saving that no one can do except your Savior, which is Yahweh. It also tells us, if we pick up at the 33rd chapter, got one more chapter. Well, I got two more chapters in Jeremiah. The 33rd chapter, we pick up at the 8th verse. It tells us, and we're going to read to the 16th verse, and it reads, I'll start at the 6th verse, and it reads, Behold, I will bring it health, not judgment. Behold, I will bring it health and cure, and I will cure them and will reveal unto them the abundance of what? Peace and truth. Just like mercy and truth, which purge away iniquity. It says, and I will cause the captivity of Yehudah and the captivity of Israel to return, and will build them, as we just read in the 31st chapter, as at the first. And I will cleanse them from all their iniquity. Look what happens when you are forgiven. Look what happens when you are purged. You're not judged. You're forgiven. You're made clean. You're set on the right path. It says, and I will cleanse them from all their iniquity, whereby they have sinned against me. And I will what? Pardon all their iniquities. I hear people talking all the time about these presidents in their last days having the right to pardon criminals. But y'all know nothing about the pardon of your Creator, the pardon of the criminals of Israel. I barely ever hear Israelites saying that Yahweh going to pardon them. Maybe because the book was not open for them, but it is open for us. Thus, it tells us in the 8th verse of the 33rd chapter of Jeremiah, and I will cleanse them from all their iniquity. Whatever you call yourself doing today, all the so-called Christians and all of them, which will be part of the remnant, will be cleansed. It says, and I will cleanse them from all their iniquity, whereby they have sinned against me, and I will pardon all their iniquities, whereby they have sinned, and whereby they have transgressed against me. And it shall be to me a name of joy. Well, how is reenacting something going to be a joy or a name of joy and praise and honor to Yahweh? By you reenacting the best you can. That's not righteousness. Righteousness is shown in Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, the 25th verse. It tells us what Israel's righteousness was, and that was doing all of the covenant of the law. Well, here it says, with them not doing all the covenant of the law, finding themselves not doing well, finding themselves dirty, finding themselves in all type of iniquity, it says again in the 8th verse, and I will cleanse them from their iniquity, whereby they have sinned against me, and I will pardon all their iniquity, whereby they have sinned, and whereby they have transgressed against me. And it shall be to me a name of joy, a praise, and an honor before all the nations of the earth, which shall hear all the good, not the judgment, but the good that I will do unto them. And they shall fear and tremble for all the goodness and for all the prosperity that I procure into it. Thus said Yahweh again, therefore shall be heard in this place, which ye say shall be desolate, without men and without beasts, even in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Jerusalem, that are desolate, without men and without inhabitants and without beasts, the voice of joy, the voice of gladness, the voice of bridegroom, the voice of the bride, the voice of them that shall say, Hallelujah, of hosts, for Yahweh is good, for his mercy endures forever, and of them that shall bring the sacrifice of praise into the house of Yahweh. For I will cause to return the captivity of the land, as at the first, said Yahweh. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 50th chapter of Jeremiah, at the 17th verse, and it reads to the 20th verse, Israel, and it proves without a shadow of a doubt, Israel is not waiting to be judged, nor was they judged, because what I am reading about right now is dealing with what they would have endured and how they would have came out of the Babylonian captivity. We are using the law and the testimony to prove our points. These things that we are reading about has already happened. Thus, it reads in Jeremiah 50 and 17, Israel is a scattered sheep. The lions, which is the other nations, have driven him away. First, the king of Assyria have devoured him. And last, this Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, have broken his bones. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will punish the king of Babylon. Note who getting punished. Even though Israel has sinned, even though Israel is in their land and in their hands, look who's getting punished after Israel is done being punished in the enemy's land. Look who Yahweh comes back to punish. not a double jeopardy toward Israel, but the enemy that had you in their hands, that was stronger than you, shall be judged and punished. Thus it reads, the 18th verse again, therefore thus say Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will punish the king of Babylon in his land, as I punished, please take note, Yahweh required that which is past, as I punished the king of Assyria, and I will bring Israel again to his inhabitation, and he shall feed on Carmel and Bashan, and his soul shall be satisfied upon Mount Ephraim and Gilead. In those days, for there is a time for everything, and a season, in those days, and in that time, said Yahweh, the iniquity, please take note of the power of your Elohim. The iniquity of Israel shall be sought for, and there shall be none. Did y'all hear that? Now, you can call me a liar all you want, but you can't call your Creator a liar, nor are you wise to diminish his mighty acts. It says, in those days and in that time, said Yahweh, the iniquity of Israel shall be sought for, and there shall be none. And the sins of Yehuda, and they shall not be found. People going to look around and say, hold on, no, they were sinners. They did this, that, and another. The Almighty said they can look, and they shall not be found. Why not? For I will pardon them whom I reserve. Well, do you know what the remnant means? The remnant means those that are left. And if you are left, you have been reserved. So the remnant, when one look for his iniquity, when one look for his sin, they will not find anything, because the great judge, the great king, not one of these presidents, but the great king, have pardoned us. It also tells us, along these great lines of Yahweh, great attributes of pardon, mercy, compassion, and truth, it tells us, if we turn our scripture to the book of Micah, let's see what Micah got for us. Let's see, do we have an Elohim that truly forgives? Micah, the 7th chapter, please. We almost done. Micah, the 7th chapter. And it tells us in the book of Micah, the 7th chapter, some of the greatest words I ever read in my life. And it reads, starting at the 14th verse, and we'll read to the 20th. And it reads, and please take note, because again, these are some of the greatest words I have ever read in my life. And it reads, feed thy people with thy rod, the flock of thy heritage, which dwell solitarily in the woods, in the midst of Carmel. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in the days of old, according to the days of thy coming out of the land of Egypt. Please take note. Will I show unto him marvelous things you forgot, You forgot the marvelous things that was done to our fathers, the things that we supposed to hope in. It says, the nations shall see and be confounded at all their might. They shall lay their hands upon their mouth. Their ears shall be deaf, trying to tell us or talk about us how we was when we was here in hell. They shall lick the dust like a serpent. They shall move out of their holes like worms of the earth. They shall be afraid of Yahweh our Elohim, and shall fear because of thee, because he changed you, because he made you the man that he made you in the beginning. Then it tells us in the 18th verse, who is a Elohim like unto thee? And before we read any further, we can easily answer that. No one. It says, who is a Elohim like unto thee, that pardons iniquity and pass by the transgression of the remnant? Note who's going to be pardoned. Note whose transgression is being passed. It is the remnant. And who is the remnant? What do the remnant denote? Does it not denote those that are left? Right now, today, before anybody else is born, we are the ones that are left. If the Almighty came tonight, we would be the remnant. Each and every one of us that is alive would be part of that remnant. That's what the remnant means. It tells us, one more time in the 18th verse, who is a Elohim like unto thee, that pardons iniquity and pass by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage? He retains not his anger forever. So when he done with his anger, when he done ruling you and I by the rod of man and by the stripes of the children of men, his anger ceased. It says that he retained not his anger forever, because it ceased. They're not going to be judged again and the anger continue, but it ceased because he delights in one of his greatest attributes, which is mercy. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities, and thy will cast all their sins, just like he cast us in the enemy's land. It says he will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. And there are places in the sea that even man have acknowledged that they have never ventured. So the Almighty is saying that I'm going to take my children, those that are left, the remnant, I'm going to take their sins, all that they have committed, all that they have done against the perfect and righteous one, and throw them and cast them into the deeps of the sea. And as I just stated, there are parts of the sea that no man has ever ventured. They say it's too deep. So just think about the Almighty taking your sins and casting them there? Who gonna be able to tell you, or who gonna be able to accuse you of this, that, and another? No one. Thy will perform. No, we started off with the truth, almost over with the presentation, and we right back with the truth. Thy will perform the truth. We want to know the truth of the matter. The judgment was sit and the books was open. We want to know who will be judged in the last days. The 20th verse says, Thy will perform the truth to Jacob and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old, from day one. And so far, Yahweh haven't changed yet. All that we have read, nothing have changed. The Almighty told Abraham, know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. They will be servants and afflicted. Yahweh will visit them and judge them whom they have served, and they will come out with great substance. That is a truth. And we are hoping in that same truth today. And it coincides with the law. After I've said that, let's take a quick look in Exodus. This ain't something that came up later on in retrospect. This was said from the days of old, as you just read. Well, let's prove it. All we got to do is turn to Deuteronomy, the 34th chapter. Prove that these things were said from the days of old. This ain't nothing new. It's just new to many of us because we don't know what Yahweh have said. He have not shown us mercy to open up our eyes where we can perceive what is written. Thus it tells us in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, the 34th chapter, and let's pick up at the 6th verse, please. The 6th verse, and let's read to the 9th verse. And it reads, one second. I hope I did not write that wrong. Because what I'm reading don't go with my chain of thought. 1 second, please. Let me make sure I'm right. One second. Gotta check something right quick. Everything got to be the truth, according to time and place. Give me 1 second. Make sure I got this right. Yeah, I got it right. I think I told everybody to go to Exodus. I'm in Deuteronomy. So if I told you Deuteronomy, that was wrong. Exodus 34. I find myself in Deuteronomy 34, and none of these words are going with my chain of thought. So I automatically know I'm at the wrong place. Exodus 34. Exodus 34. 6 to the 9th verse is what your brother meant to say. Exodus 34, 6 to the 9th verse is a confirmation of what we just read in Micah, the 7th chapter. It allows us to know that these things were said in the days of old. We find ourselves in Exodus, the 34th chapter, in the days of old. And it reads in the 6th verse, And Yahweh passed. I like to start. Now I'll start right there. And Yahweh passed by before him and proclaimed, Yahweh, Yahweh Elohim, merciful. Look what he's proclaiming. Look at the attributes that has been proclaimed. Look at the great attributes that is only attached to Yahweh's name that many of you never bring up. It says, Yahweh Elohim, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in what? Goodness and truth. Keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin. Did y'all see? Did you see it? Did you see what he will pardon you of? Forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin. And that will by no means clear the guilty. Thus, our fathers were found guilty, and they were judged and punished, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and upon the children's children, and to the third and fourth generation. So again, I showed this to show that what we just read in Micah 7 to 27, 17 to 20 was not something new. It was not a new revelation, but these are words of old. And these are the words that all the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob should hope in, as your brother is teaching this day. It also tells us we'll pick up, I'm going to go to Isaiah 57. Let's go to Isaiah 57, dealing with return to Yahweh. And I'm going to read another chapter in Isaiah 49. Matter of fact, let's go to Isaiah 49 first, and then we'll read Isaiah 57, and then we will show in closing the proclamation of judgment against the nations, against the Gentiles, which only mean nations. It tells us in Isaiah 49, after we found out all that great information that Yahweh would do, it tells us in the Isaiah 49, and it tells us in Isaiah 49, Isaiah 49, it tells us if we pick up at the 8th verse, and it reads, dealing with how Israel will be restored, it says, thus said Yahweh, in acceptable time have I heard thee, and in a day of salvation, saving, have I helped thee, and I will preserve thee and give thee for a covenant of the people, to establish the earth, to cause to inherit the desolate heritage, that thou mayest say to the prisoners, go forth. To them that are in darkness, show yourself. They shall feed in the ways, and their pastors shall be in all high places. They shall not hunger nor thirst, neither shall the heat nor sun smite them. For he that hath mercy on them shall lead them. Even by the springs of water shall he guide them. And I will make of all my mountains a way, and my highways shall be exalted. Behold, these shall come from far, and lo, these from the north, and from the west, and these from the land of sin. Sing, O heavens, and be joyful, O earth, and break forth into singing, O mountains, for Yahweh hath comforted his people, not judged again, but hath comforted his people, and will have mercy on his afflicted. But Zion said, and please take note of these questions, but Zion said, Yahweh hath forsaken me, and my master hath forgotten me. The 15th verse, as I said, there is none that remember greater than Yah. Thus it reads in the 15th verse, can a woman forget her suckling child? And we all know in this day that answer is yes. And one way that they forget them is by way of abortion. But that's just one way. So the question is, can a woman forget her suckling child? The answer is yes. That she should not have compassion on the son of her womb. The answer is yes, Mr. and Mrs. Israel. And it says, yea, meaning yes. They may forget, yet will I not forget thee. So even if your mama and your daddy forget you, if your husband or your wife forget you, if your sons or your daughters forget you, Yahweh promised that he will never forget you. And that's who counts. It says, behold, I have graven thee upon the palm of my hands. Thy walls are continually before me. Thy children shall make haste. Thy destroyers and they that made thee waste shall go forth of thee. Lift up thy eyes round about, and behold, all these gather themselves together and come to thee. As I live, said Yahweh, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all, as with a garment, and bind them on thee as a bride does. For thy waste and thy desolate places, and the land of thy destruction, shall even now be too narrow by reason of the inhabitants, and they that swallow thee up shall be far away. The children which thou shalt have, after thou hast lost the others, shall say again in thy ear, the place is too strait for me. Give place to me that I may dwell, because it is so inhabited. While today it is desolate. Then shalt thou say in thy heart, who hath begotten me these, seeing I have lost my children and am desolate, a captive, and removing to and fro? And who have brought up these? Behold, I was left alone. These, where have they been? Thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will lift up my hand to the Gentiles, and set up my standard to the people, and they shall bring thy sons in their arms, and thy daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders, and kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth, and lick up the dust of thy feet. And thou shalt know that I am Yahweh, for they shall not be ashamed that wait for me. Please wait on him. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captive delivered? But thus said Yahweh, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with him that what? Contend with thee, and I will save thy children. And I will feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh, and they shall be drunken with their own blood, as with sweet wine, and all flesh shall know that I, Yahweh, am thy Savior, and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. It also tells us, I'll go to Isaiah 57. Let's go to Isaiah 57. Isaiah 57 tells us, if we pick up at the 14th verse, and it reads, and shall say, cast ye up, prepare the way, take up the stumbling blocks out of the way of my people. Today there's a stumbling block that must be taken up. For thus said the high and lofty one that inhabits eternity, whose name is holy. I dwell in the high and holy place, with him also that is of a contrite and humble spirit, to revive the spirit of the humble, and to revive the heart of the contrite ones. For I will not contend forever, neither will I be always wroth or angry, for the spirit should fall or fail before me, and the soul which I have made. For the iniquity of his covetousness was I wroth, and smote him. I hid me and was wroth, and he went on forwardly in the way of his heart. I have seen his ways, and will heal him. Please take note. He will heal our sickness. I will lead him also, and restore comforts into him and to his mourners. I create the fruit of the lips. Peace, peace to him that is far off, and to him that is near, said Yahweh, and I will heal him. But the wicked are like the troubled sea, when it cannot rest, whose water casts up merit and dirt. There is no peace, said Yahweh to the wicked. 61. Let's go one more place. Isaiah 61. Now let's give it to, let's do 61. You can put down Isaiah 60 and 61, which I have on my notes. I'm just going to read 61 in this presentation. So let's go to Isaiah 61. And it tells us in Isaiah 61, the Spirit of Yahweh Elohim is upon me, because Yahweh have anointed me to preach good tidings. And this is truly a good time to preach, because it tells us with the books, with the judgment was being set and the books being opened, it allows us to know who will be judged in the last day. And to tell someone that has already been judged that you're not going to be judged again is a true time. Or it is, as it says, have anointed me to preach good times. It is a good time to preach. And to the meek, he has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, not another judgment, not to proclaim a double jeopardy, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahweh and the day of vengeance of our Elohim, to comfort all that mourns, and that is all of us, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness. You got to be cleaned up to be called the trees of righteousness. The planting of Yahweh, that he might be glorified. And they shall build the old wastes. They shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolation of many generations. The stranger shall stand and feed your flocks. The sons of the aliens shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. But ye shall be named the priests of Yahweh. Men shall call you the ministers of our Elohim. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boast yourselves. For your shame, Israel, you're not going to be judged. It says, for your shame ye shall have double, and for your confusion they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore, in their land they shall possess the double. So the Almighty going to give you a double reward for what you have endured. Those that are saved will be a recipient of a double reward, but it won't come in your enemy's land. The blessing is not going to come while you're here. It only will come upon you if you are part of the remnant and make it back home. Thus it reads one more time. For your shame ye shall have double, and for confusion they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore in their land they shall possess the double. Everlasting joy shall be unto them. For I, Yahweh, love judgment. I hate robbery for burnt offerings, and I will direct their work in truth, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them, and their seed shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the people. All that see them shall acknowledge them, that they are the seed which Yahweh hath blessed. And I will greatly rejoice in Yahweh. My soul shall be joyful in my Elohim. For he hath clothed me with garments of salvation. He hath covered me with the robe of righteousness, as a bridegroom decks himself with ornaments, and as a bride adorned herself with jewels. For as the earth brings forth her bud, and as the garden causes the things that are sown in it to spring forth, so Yahweh Elohim will cause righteousness and praise to spring forth before all the nations. Thus, in closing, dealing with the punishment of the nations, let us turn our scriptures to Jeremiah 25. Jeremiah chapter 25. And it tells us in Jeremiah chapter 25, according to the 29th verse, and really write this note down. When you go to Jeremiah 25, write down the 15th verse. For the 15th verse allows us to know the wrath that Yahweh had for the nations. And it even includes the nations. So start your reading when you go in your notes and get to Jeremiah 25. Put down verse 15 verse 15 to 29. I want to pick up at the 28th verse. I'll start at the 27th verse. And I'm going to read to the 30th verse. So if you go over your notes and you get back to Jeremiah 25, you should have 15 to 30. I'm picking up at the 27th verse, but you should have Jeremiah 25, 15 to 30. And I'm picking up at the 27th verse, reading to the 30th verse. Of course, as your brothers teach, read the whole chapter in your spare time. It tells us in the 27th verse of Jeremiah 25, therefore thou shalt say unto them, thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, drink ye and be drunken, and spew and fall and rise no more, because of the sword which I will send among you. It is talking about the other nations. And it shall be, if they refuse to take the cup at thy hand to drink, then shalt thou say unto them, thus saith Yahweh of hosts, ye shall certainly drink. For lo, please take note, for lo, I begin to bring evil on the city called Jerusalem, on the inhabitants of Yehudah and Israel, which is called by my name. And should ye, note, he's talking to the Gentiles, should ye be utterly unpunished? Ye shall not be unpunished, for I will call for a sword upon all the inhabitants of the earth, said Yahweh of hosts. Therefore prophesiest thou against them, the inhabitants of the earth, all these words, and say unto them, Yahweh shall roar from on high, and utter his voice from his holy habitation, which is Jerusalem. He shall mightily roar upon his habitation. He shall give a shout as they that tread the grapes against all inhabitants of the earth. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Daniel, Daniel 7. In the book of Daniel, Daniel 7, it tells us, dealing with the Gentiles, dealing with the nations, that we find ourselves being servants and afflicted in. It tells us, dealing with the kingdoms and their dominions that ruled over us. It tells us in the 7th chapter of Daniel. If we pick up at the 7th verse, and we will read to the 14th verse, and it reads, after this I saw in the night vision, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stumped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there was 3 of the first horns, plucked up by the roots. And behold, in his horn were eyes like the eyes of men, and a mouth speaking great things. I beheld till the throne was cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. Thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. And this is where we get our title for today's presentation, for it says, the judgment was set, and the books were opened. I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words which the horn speak. I beheld even till the beast was slain, and his body destroyed, and given to the burning flame. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, and that's exactly what happened to the enemy. Same way with Pharaoh. Same way with Nebuchadnezzar. It says, as concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and time. I saw in the night vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the cloud of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, talking about the dominion of the kingdom of the promised land, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. And then I would like to pick up in this same chapter at the 25th verse. And it tells us in the 25th verse, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand, because he is ruling. It is his dominion, and he is ruling his kingdom, and the Israelites are in his kingdom, and he is ruling his kingdom by changing laws. And it tells us, and they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and a dividing of time. But please take note, as it read in the 10th verse of the 7th chapter, thus it tells us in the 26th verse of the 7th chapter, but the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion, to consume and to destroy it. This is the last beast. This is the last kingdom. This is the last dominion, and to the end. And the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given, note, the judgment, to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom, the land of Canaan, is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominion, all nations, all governments, all kingdoms shall serve and obey him. Heiter too is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my contemplations much troubled me, and my countenance changed in me. But I kept the matter in my heart. And I hope after this presentation that the listening audience also keep this matter in their heart. That way they will know without a shadow of a doubt who will be judged in the last days. Also, it tells us in the book of Zechariah 12, we're closing, and we're putting more emphasis on the Gentiles, showing how that they will be saved, how they will be judged, and what Yahweh say about their judgment and their destruction, and what he say about those that he spared. For Yahweh is merciful, not just to Israel, but to the world, to the earth that he have created. Thus it tells us in Zechariah, the 12th chapter, if we start at the first verse, and it reads, "The burden of the word of Yahweh for Israel, said Yahweh, which stretched forth the heavens and laid the foundation of the earth and formed the spirit of man within him. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling, and to all the people round about, when they shall be in the siege both against Yehudah and against Jerusalem. And in that day will I make Jerusalem a burdensome stone for all people. All that burden themselves with it shall be cut in pieces." And that goes from the days of old. He that blessed shall be blessed. He that cursed shall be cursed. It says, though all the people of the earth be gathered together against it. Note what that just said. All the earth was against Israel. All the earth was against the land of Canaan that Yahweh gave Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob for a possession. So all the earth will be judged. In that day, said Yahweh, I will smite every horse with astonishment and his rider with madness, and I will open my eyes upon the house of Yehudah, and will smite every horse of the people with blindness. And the governors of Yehudah shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be my strength, and Yahweh of hosts their Elohim. In that day will I make the governor of Yehudah like a heap of fire among the wood, and like a torch of fire in a sheaf. And they shall devour all the people round about on the right hand and on the left. And Jerusalem shall be inhabited again in her own place, even in Jerusalem. Yahweh also shall save the tents of Yehudah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Yehudah. In that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as Elohim, as the angel of Yahweh before them. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace, of supplication, and they shall look upon me, whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourn for his only son, and shall be a bitterness for him as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. In that day shall there be a great mourning in Jerusalem, as the mourning of Hadad-rimmon in the valley of Magadan, and the land shall mourn every family apart, the family of the house of David apart, and their wives apart, the family of the son of Nathan apart, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Levi apart, and their wives apart, the family of Shimei apart, and their wives apart, all the families that remain, every family apart, and their wives apart. And I would just like to read this first verse that's found in the 13th chapter, for it allows us to know how Israel will be cleansed. It says, in that day there shall be a fountain open to the house of David and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem for sin and for uncleanness. And we know in the book of Isaiah, it tells us that the word of Yahweh will be in the earth as the waters cover the sea, so Yahweh's word will cover the earth. So in this metaphor of being clean, the fountain starts from Jerusalem and it goes out to the other sea, to the sea. And that's what denotes the almighty knowledge being in the earth as the water covers the sea. And one more place while we find ourselves in Zechariah is the 14th chapter. Let's go to the 14th chapter of Zechariah. We will read that, and then I have two places to go in the book of Ezekiel in closing. And that will be the end of the presentation. The judgment was set, and the books were open. Right now, we should find ourselves in Zechariah, the 14th chapter. And it tells us in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, these great words. Behold, the day of Yahweh come. And the day of Yahweh is not a day against his children who he have already judged. It says, behold, the day of Yahweh comes, and thy spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee. For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, same way he gathered Pharaoh against Israel, and continue to harden his heart to bring forth his judgments upon them in his might and his wonders. Thus it reads, for I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses raffled, and the women ravished, and half of the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then shall Yahweh go forth and fight against those nations. You get it? As when he fought in the day of battle. What was the day of battle? When he fought against Egypt. And his feet shall stand in that day upon Mount Olives, which is between Jerusalem on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst thereof, toward the east and toward the west. And there shall be a very great valley, and half of the mountain shall remove toward the north, and half of it toward the south. And ye shall flee to the valley of the mountains, for the valley of the mountains shall reach into Azel. Yea, ye shall flee like as ye fled from before the earthquake in the days of Uzziah, king of Yehudah. And Yahweh my Elohim shall come, and all the saints with thee. And it shall come to pass in that day that the light shall not be clear nor dark, but it shall be one day which shall be known to Yahweh, not day nor night. But it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be light. And it shall be in that day that living waters shall go out from Jerusalem, as we just showed in the 13th verse. Half of them toward the former sea, and half of them toward the higher sea. In summer and in winter shall it be. And Yahweh shall be king over all the earth in that day. In that day shall there be one Yahweh, and his name one. All the land shall be turned as a plain from Geba to Rimmon, from south of Jerusalem, and it shall be lifted up and inhabited in her place, from Benjamin gates into the place of the first gate, into the corner gate, and from the tower of Haniel into the king's wine press. And men shall dwell in it. There shall be no more utter destruction, but Jerusalem shall be safely inhabited. And this shall be the plague, the punishment wherewith Yahweh will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouth. And it shall come to pass in that day that a great turmoil from Yahweh shall be among them, and they shall lay hold every one on the hand of his neighbor, and his hand shall raise up against the hand of his neighbor. And Yehudah also shall fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all the heathens round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver, a pearl in great abundance. So shall be the plague of the horse, of the mule, of the camel, and of the ass, and of all the beasts that shall be in these tents as this plague. And it shall come to pass that every one that is left of all the nations which came against, and note that are left, that denotes the remnant of the nations after Yahweh judged them, shall even go up from year to year to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. And it shall be that whosoever will not come up of all the families of the earth into Jerusalem to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain. And if the family of Egypt go not up and come not, that have no rain, there shall be the plague wherewith Yahweh will smite the heathen that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. This shall be the punishment of Egypt, and the punishment of all nations that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Ezekiel 36. Ezekiel 36. We will read some of Ezekiel 36, and we will end the presentation with Ezekiel 39. Right now, we all should be at Ezekiel 36. Allowing us to understand the future restoration of the children of Israel, even though they returned based on coming out of Babylon. This is still a future revelation of how the Israelites will be restored back into the land of promise and established back under the covenant of the law. And I said I needed to read 36 and 39, but I noticed that I don't have 20. So we will read Ezekiel 36. We will read Ezekiel 39, and we will end with 20. Ezekiel 20, 33 to 40. So right now, the last three chapters, last three books and verses we will read is Ezekiel 36, Ezekiel 39, and Ezekiel 20. Right now, we should be at 36, and we're going to pick up at 36 at the 23rd verse. Ezekiel 36, 23. And we will read to the 38th verse. Thus it reads, and I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathens, which ye have profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh, said Yahweh Elohim, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. How will you be sanctified before the heathens in their eyes, or before their eyes, while we are in captivity? Will it be by way of judgment, or will it be by way of mercy and pardoning and forgiving and bringing back? It says, for I will take you, please take note of the first act, for I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries, and will bring you into your own land. Again, Israel, all the countries you find yourself in could never be your dwellings. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean from all your filthiness, and from all your idols will I cleanse you. We're not going to be clean by judgment. We're going to be clean by the formula that Yahweh had placed here. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean from all your filthiness, and from all your idols will I cleanse you. And many people should say, well, where is this water coming from? This water is going to be found in Jerusalem. It says, a new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my statutes. And ye shall keep my judgments and do them. And ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. And ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Showing the sign is upon them. I will also save, please take note, I will also save you from all your uncleanness, not judge you for them, but save you from them. And I will call for the corn, and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree, and increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. Then shall ye remember your own evil ways and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourself in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abominations that was committed in your land under the covenant of the law. But not for your sake do I this, said Yahweh Elohim. It won't be because some of y'all tried to reenact. It won't be because some of y'all try to do the best you can. It won't be because some of y'all gave Yahweh the benefit of a doubt. It says, not for your sake do I this, said Yahweh Elohim. Be it known, and I'm going to make it known unto you, It says, be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of Israel. Thus said Yahweh, in the day that I shall cleanse you, please take note, for there is a time and season for everything. From all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the wastes shall be builded, and the desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lie desolate in the sight of all that pass by. And they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the garden of Eden. And the waste and desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Then the heathen that are left from the destruction round about you shall know that I, Yahweh, built the ruined places and planted that was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and I will do it. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel. If you want to know who's going to be judged in the last days, inquire your Creator and no other testament about how they serve their gods. It says again in the 37th verse, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel, to do it for them. I will increase them with men like a flock, as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem in her solemn feasts, so shall the waste cities be filled with flocks of men, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. The 39th chapter tells us not only will Israel know, but the world will know in their punishment and in Israel regathering. They will know that Yahweh did all of this. They will know that Israel was only in their land because they were judged and punished. Let's pick up in Ezekiel, the 39th chapter, the 21st verse. And we are reading to the 29th verse. And after this, we will end with the 20th chapter. It tells us in the 21st verse of Ezekiel 39, and I will set my glory among the heathen. And he did, by way of judgment and punishment. It says, and I will set my glory among the heathen, and all the heathen shall see my judgment that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them. So the house of Israel shall know that I am Yahweh their Elohim from that day and forward. And the heathen shall know, please take note what the heathen gonna know, that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity. Did you hear that? Now, we were already born here. So are we saying that we are here for our iniquity? Well, look what is said before you even come to that conclusion. Before you even born to come up with such a conclusion, it says again, Israel, in the 23rd verse, and the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Where? In the land of promise, under the covenant of the law. Not what you're doing today, what have already been done. It says, therefore hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies, as you are this day. So fell they all by the sword. According to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have I done unto them, judged them, and hid my face from them. Therefore, the reason why, thus said Yahweh Elohim, now, for there is a time and season for everything. Now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have what? Mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my holy name. After that, they have borne their shame and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me. When they dwelt, please take note when it happened. It wasn't when you was in Cincinnati. It wasn't when you was in St. Louis. It wasn't when you was in Mississippi. It wasn't when you was in Florida. It reads, after they had borne their shame and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me. When? Where? When they dwelt safely in their land, and none made them afraid. That's when Israel sinned. That's when Israel broke the covenant. The 27th verse reads, when I have brought them again from the people and gathered them out of their enemy lands and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, then shall they know that I am Yahweh, their Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathens. But I have gathered them into their own land and have left none of them any more there. Neither will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my spirit upon the house of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim. And in closing, let us all go to the 20th chapter, which I should have gave before the 36th, but I'll give it now in closing. And the reason I'm giving it now in closing, it goes hand in hand with all that we brought forth, because it shows how Israel was punished for their iniquity and their trespass, given into the hands of the enemies. They became servants and afflicted. And as Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that he will remember their seed and bring them to the land that he promised. And to do that, he must take them out of the hand of them that is stronger than us. Thus it reads, starting at the 33rd verse of Ezekiel 20, and I will read to the 44th verse, and it reads, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, surely with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out, will I judge you, or it reads, will I rule over you. That's the first step. Well, after that done, it reads, and I will bring you out from the people, and will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered, with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out. And if y'all don't know what that means, go back to Exodus, the 7th chapter, and read the 7th chapter all the way to the 12th chapter, because that is exactly what you see by way of testimony. A mighty hand, a stretched out arm, and fury pulled out. And I will bring you into the wilderness after he does those things to them that had you of the people. And there will I plead with you face to face. Not in the enemy's land because of what you did in the enemy's land or how you lived in hell. It says in the 36th verse, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, said Yahweh. And if we remember, I know I done gave a lot of chapter and verses, but if you remember how Yahweh pleaded with Israel when they came out of Egypt, you know it was not by way of judgment, but instead it was by way of redemption. It was by way of salvation. And he gave you the statutes of life to govern yourself therein. And he told you that if you forsake him and keep not all that he has said, that these judgments and punishments will befall you. So you're being delivered out of that punishment, out of that judgment and punishment. Thus it says, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, said Yahweh. And I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant, as he did our fathers that came out of Egypt, finding themselves in the wilderness. And it says, and I will purge out from among you the rebels. If you remember the story, if you remember how Yahweh pleaded with our fathers when they came out of Egypt, who was the rebels? Was the rebels those that was in the land of Canaan or in the land of Egypt, not under the covenant of the law? Or was the rebels those that was the remnant and made it in the wilderness, that was put under the covenant of the law and refused to obey, that didn't even make it in the land of promise? Would they be the rebels, or would the rebels be those that was in the land of Egypt? The answer is the latter. Thus it tells us one more time, and I will purge out from among you the rebels and them that transgress against me. Well, you can't transgress against Yahweh until he give you the law. It says the law was going to be given once you became clean, once you found yourself in the wilderness. I will bring them forth out, and it lets you know that they will be brought forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel. That is the exact same thing that happened to our fathers in the wilderness. And you can find account of that on the top of my head if you go to the book of Numbers, the 14th chapter. I think it is either 13th or the 14th chapter will give you the account of this, what we just read in the last sentence of the 38th verse. The 39th verse reads, as for you, O house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, go ye, serve ye, every one his idol, and hereafter also, if ye will not hearken unto me, but pollute ye my holy name no more with your gifts and with your idols. For in my holy mountain, in the mountain of the heights of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim, there shall all the house of Israel, all of them in the land, serve me. So again, as the most meekest and faithful man of Yahweh house said to Pharaoh, it is not met. So am I saying today, it is not met. So is the book of Ezekiel, the 40th chapter, saying it is not met to worship, to sacrifice to Yahweh in the enemy's land. Thus it reads, all of them in the land serve me. There in the land will I accept them, and there in the land will I require your offerings and the first fruits of your oblations with all your holy things. And rest assured that tithes was most holy. I will accept you with your sweet Savior when I bring you out from the people, not while you in the enemy's land, and gather you out of the countries wherein you have been scattered. And I will be sanctified in you before the heathen. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I shall bring you into the land of Israel, and to the country for the which I lifted up my hand to give it to your fathers. And there shall ye remember your ways and all your doings. Not here, but when you get there, you're going to remember all this foolishness that you have taught, wherein ye have been defiled, and ye shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for all your evils that ye have committed. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I have wrought with you for my name's sake, not according to your wicked ways, nor according to your wicked rumors, nor according to your corrupt doings, O ye house of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim. That will be the last word dealing with the judgment was set and the books were opened. Who will be judged in the last days? We will open up for comments or questions. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the judgment was set and the books were opened? Judged in the last days.
Hallelujah. This is Brother Eliakim.
Hallelujah. Go ahead. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, that was beautiful, and that was complete. There's no doubt, and it's wonderful to know that Yahweh's mercy is always, as He said it is, and it will be. So I appreciate this. Thank you, brother.
Hallelujah. Thank you for your wise comment. And if we do have time, I have a little comments we're gonna teach on real quick, dealing with your concern of Ezekiel 12 and 16, if we have time. All right. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any other comments or questions dealing with the judgment was set and the book were open? Who will be judged in the last days? Is there any comments or questions? This is a great concern. This has a lot to do with our survival. So this is a great concern. This is not just a regular lesson. This is dealing with our survival. We need to know this. We need to make sure we understand this, because this is what's written. But when we talk to our brothers and sisters on a daily, we hardly ever hear of Yahweh pardoning us. We hardly ever hear that Yahweh forgiving us. We hardly ever hear of a Yahweh mercy. We hardly ever hear that the Almighty will forgive us to the extent that He will tie our iniquities to a rock and throw it in the depths of the sea, and they should never be mentioned again. These are great attributes of our Creator that we should talk about every day, because we are waiting on them. Is there any comments or questions?
Glory, glory.
If there isn't, as sad to say, but if there isn't, the recording based on our brother Benaniah should be up real soon. You can go over it again, and you might have some questions after you go over it by yourself in the comfort of your home or wherever you might listen to it again. But I just wanted us to know that the rumor is we are going to be judged. And we walk in darkness, and we know that we're not holy. We know we're not perfect. We know we're not living nor governing ourselves with the covenant of the law. So we know that there must be some sin somewhere. For the scripture tells us, if thou does well, you should be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lies at the door. Well, even though the children of Israel have rebelled, Yahweh still comprises himself with mercy to where he is willing to forgive his children and have mercy upon his children and reestablish them as at the first. So please put this in your heart. Don't let nobody take this out your heart, that you may know what you are waiting for, what your hope is all about.
This is beautiful.
Hallelujah.
That's some beautiful word, brother.
Hallelujah. If you want to try to think of a comment or a question, please do so. But while you're searching, I want to deal with a statement or concern of our dear brother. A couple of weeks back, he made a comment about Hosea, but he didn't mean it to be Hosea, but he made a comment about some things that is said in Hosea, the 6th chapter, dealing with 3 days. But that was not the actual chapter and verses that he was concerned with. It was where it talked about in Ezekiel 12. Let me go there and I can probably explain it a little better. Ezekiel 12, verse 16 reads, and this is what my brother was concerned with. Ezekiel 12, verse 16 says this: but I will leave a few men of them from the sword, and from the famine, and from the pestilence, that they may declare all their abominations among the heathen, whether they come, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. Well, I'm not even going to go on to what my brother thought it was talking about. I'll just go ahead and teach real quick what this is talking about. And what this is talking about is Israel. It is talking about the judgment that Yahweh placed upon the Israelites for breaking the covenant of the law. All that we just did today, all that we just taught on today denoted this 16th verse. And when he left, or part of the judgment was that the Israelites would die by the sword and by the famine and by the noosome beast. But he will leave a remnant. The remnant was those that was left. It says again in the 16th verse, but I will leave a few men of them from the sword, from the famine, and from the pestilence, that they may declare all their abomination among the heathen. So all you have read, my brother, is one of the judgments. And one of the judgments was to leave the remnant. We had people left that didn't go to Babylon because the Babylonians kept them there to reap the harvest and to take care of the harvests and stuff like that. And they was called the lowest sort, or the poorest sort of the people. So the poorest sort of the people many of them did not go to Babylon. They stayed in the land to take care of the land for the enemy that was ruling the land. But afterwards, they were sent into Babylon. And let me give some examples on that. For it tells us, if we just, I'm not going to use all the information I got, but I'll just try to follow along in Ezekiel. It tells us in the 14th chapter, right after what we just read in the 12th chapter, the 16th verse, it tells us in the 14th chapter. And what it tells us in the 14th chapter is, please read the whole chapter in your spare time. I'm going to pick up at the 12th verse of the 14th chapter of Ezekiel. And it reads real quick. The word of Yahweh came again unto me, saying, Son of man, when the land sinned against me by trespassing grievously, then will I stretch out my hand upon it, and will break the staff of the bread thereof, and will send famine upon it, and will cut off man and beast from it. Though these three men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, were in it, they should deliver but their own souls by their righteousness, said Yahweh Elohim. If I cause newsome beasts to pass through the land, and they spoiled it, so that it be desolate, that no man may pass through because of the beasts, though these three men were in it, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter. They only shall be delivered, but the land shall be desolate. Or if I bring a sword upon that land, and say, sword, go through the land, so that I cut off man and beast from it. Though these three men were in it, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, they shall deliver son nor daughter, but they only shall be delivered themselves. Or if I send a pestilence, the fourth plague, into that land, and pour out my fury upon it in blood, to cut off from it man and beast. Though Noah, Daniel, and Job were in it, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter. They shall but deliver their own souls by their righteousness. For thus said Yahweh Elohim. Please take note. How much more when I send my 4 sword judgments upon Jerusalem, the sword and the famine, the newsome beast and the pestilence, to cut off from it man and beast. Yet behold, please take note, yet behold, therein should be left a remnant, just like you read in the 12th chapter, the 16th verse. Behold, I will leave a few men of them from the sword, and from the famine, and from the pestilence, that they may declare all their abominations among the heathens, whether they come, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. Back to the 14th chapter, it tells us in the 22nd verse, yet behold, therein shall be left a remnant that shall be brought forth, both sons and daughters. Behold, they shall come forth into you. To who? Those that are already was sent to Babylon. And ye shall see their ways. Those in Babylon already will be looking at the ways of the sons and daughters of Israel that is coming into Babylon. It says, and note, when they coming in Babylon and the Israelites that's already in Babylon see their way, you know what's being declared? All their abominations. That is found in the 16th verse of the 12th chapter of Ezekiel. Thus it continued to tell us in the 22nd verse of the 14th chapter of Ezekiel, yet behold, therein shall be left a remnant that shall be brought forth, both sons and daughters. Behold, they shall come forth into you, and ye shall see their way and their doings, and ye those that already in Babylon shall be comfort concerning the evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem. And what did the evil consist of? It tells us the 4 sword judgments that denoted the sword, the famine, the noosome beast, and the pestilence. Thus it continued to tell us, and ye shall be comforted concerning the evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem, even concerning all that I have brought upon it. And those that came to Babylon in the second deportation, that would escape the sword, the noosome beast, the pestilence, it says, and they shall comfort you when ye see their ways and their doings. And their ways and their doings denoted the abominations. And ye shall know that I have not done without cause all that I have done in it, said Yahweh Elohim. So that's what it's truly speaking about. It's truly speaking about the people that Yahweh spared, that they can let Israel and the nations know that Yahweh is righteous and there is no iniquity in Yahweh. And Yahweh only did these things to his children because they forgot him and because they broke his covenant. And one more place that I will go before I open up for any comment is the 6th chapter of Ezekiel. And it tells us in the 6th chapter of Ezekiel, and I'll just read real quick this chapter, and then I'll open up for any other comments. It says, and the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face toward the mountains of Israel, and prophesy against them. And say, ye mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh Elohim. Thus said Yahweh Elohim to the mountains, and to the hills, to the rivers, and to the valleys, behold, I, even I, will bring a sword upon you, and I will destroy your high places, and your altars shall be desolate, and your images shall be broken, and I will cast down your slain men before your idols, and I will lay the dead carcasses of the children of Israel before their idols, and I will scatter your bones round about your altars, and all your dwelling places, the cities shall be laid waste, and the high places shall be desolate, that your altar may be laid waste and made desolate, and your idols may be broken and ceased, and your image may be cut down, and your works may be abolished, and the slain shall fall in the midst of you, and you shall know that I am Yahweh. Yet, please take note of the 8th verse, yet will I leave a remnant, that ye may have some that shall escape the sword among the nations, when ye shall be scattered through the countries. And they that escape of you shall remember me among the nations, whether they shall be carried captive, because I am broken with their whorish heart, which have departed from me, and with their eyes which go a whoring after their idols, and they shall loathe themselves for the evils which they have committed and all their abominations. And they shall know that I am Yahweh, and that I have not said in vain that I would do this evil unto them. Thus say Yahweh Elohim, smite with thy hand, and stump with thy foot, and say, alas, for all the evil abominations of the house of Israel, for they shall fall by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence. He that is far off shall die of the pestilence, and he that is near shall fall by the sword, and he that remains and is besieged shall die by the famine. Thus will I accomplish my fury upon them. Then shall ye know that I am Yahweh, when their slain men shall be among their idols round about their altar, upon every high hill, and all the tops of the mountains, and under every green tree, and under every thick oak, the place where they did offer sweet savor into their idols, so will I stretch out my hand upon them and make the land desolate, yea, more desolate than the wilderness toward the ballot and all their inhabitations, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. And we know that Yahweh is our Elohim and have done all these things. So that's what I wanted to bring forth, brother. All that is talking about is the people that Yahweh spared, that they can show the abominations of Israel by way of speech or by way of act. The people that was in Babylon already was comforted because of what they heard happen to Jerusalem when they seen the people. Now, if the people would have came in all holy and clean and doing right, then the people that was in Babylon wouldn't been comforted about the report that they heard of the Holy Land. But when they heard the report of the Holy Land and then seen the sons and daughters come, that's just like you in prison and you live in Chicago and you in the prison penitentiary in Chicago and you hear about all the crime and stuff that Yahweh did, or all the punishment that Yahweh did to that city. But you find out that the inhabitants of that city did every evil under the sun. So you are confident in what Yahweh did to the city because he got evil out of the city. So you were comfort when you seen the sons and daughters come to Babylon and they labeled with all these abominations. So that's what that meant, my brother. It was dealing with the remnant.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, look at it again. Make sure you understand it. I know I'm talking fast because of time restraint, but I can always get back with you on this. I just wanted you to know that I was paying attention, and I wanted to make sure you know what that 16 verse meant. I didn't just want to say that it didn't mean that. I wanted you to make sure you know what that 16 verse meant.
Yes, indeed. I will. I'm definitely going to go over it. I go over, I will go over it at your suggestion. And I do try to go over everything afterwards anyway, when I get a chance. You know what I mean? I may not get around to it, but that's just life right now. You know what I mean? But thank you, brother.
Hallelujah.
Appreciate it.
Hallelujah. And you're welcome. But that's the best way to do all these presentations. You got to go over these presentations over and over again. You are not gonna. If you do, you're a bad man and you got a good old memory. But most people is not going to be able to listen to a 4 and 5 hour presentation and remember and have everything down. That's why we ask for you to get a pen and piece of paper and jot down these scriptures, because we know you're not going to remember all of this.
Absolutely. I actually do that. I do that, and it works. You're right.
And that's the same way with the book. The book is a record, but I got to keep going over the record. I can't just read the record one time and teach forever. I got to keep going over the record. The book is recorded, so I got to keep going over that.
It's life.
Yes, sir. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom. This is Brother Yamin from Cincinnati. I also say that everybody fact check. I believe the teachings are that we were supposed to fact check these teachings also, just to prove.
We couldn't really hear you breaking up.
She said fact check.
We heard that part.
Basically, just to prove that the teachings are correct. So it's good to fact check also.
Yes, sir.
And I do after every class. I fact check after every class. So I'll pray to the Most High.
And I ask people many times to reprove me. If you can reprove me, because it's going to help me. If you can correct me, don't let your brother just walk in the fire. If I'm wrong, stop me. Stop me and see where my integrity is. I'm going to correct myself and get back on the path. So I ask people to reprove me if you can. If you can, check me, correct me.
Hallelujah. And let people know once you find out. Let them know the next time we meet. So they grow. We all keep growing. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hallelujah.
I just want to say I've been fact checking the brother for almost 20-something years, and everything been the same. All praise to the Most High.
Hallelujah. Praise Yahweh. Amen.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Hello? Hello?
Shalom, Brother Yaakov.
Shalom, shalom. How you doing, man?
That's great.
I just have a quick comment. The reason why you don't hear, like, the parting aspect of Yah's redemption is you got, like, three groups out there. You have the Bible bookers who have no idea of Yah's parting Israel. They're one of the people that keep, like, 2% of Torah, and they think that's sufficient to deliver themselves. And then you have the anti-types who have no idea of Yah's pardoning because they think it goes through their idol. And then you have the Torah Tanakh brothers and sisters who think, again, they're keeping 2% of Torah is sufficient and they're going to deliver themselves. So that's the reason why you don't hear anything about God's pardoning in these three groups. And you never hear from Israelites. Because they're stuck on themselves delivering themselves. They think their righteousness is going to deliver themselves. Hello?
That's off.
Oh, it cut off.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Yeah, sorry about that. They about to cut us off any moment. But I just wanted to respond back to Brother Yaakov and let you know, yes, I already knew that. I totally agree. That many, if not all of these groups are not confirming every word. And they have their own angle of teaching the word. So with them not confirming every word and they teaching that we're under the covenant of the law and that we got to do this, that, and another, they can't teach us that Yahweh going to forgive you. They can't teach us that Yahweh is going to pardon you. They can't teach us that Yahweh going to clean us up and give us the law again because they teaching you under the law now. So it's hard to teach both. That's a contradiction. If I teach you under the law now and then teach you supposed to be under the law when you clean, somebody going to raise their hand and say, hold on, now what are we under? We under the law now or when Yahweh clean us up? So a lot of people can't teach that. You're absolutely correct, brother. The reason why those great attributes of Yahweh is not taught on a daily is based on man leaning on his own understanding and not confirming every word.
Yeah, because they think their own righteousness is going to deliver them. They think their own righteousness is going to save them. That's why.
Absolutely. And by thinking that, you are not confirming every word. Because if you confirm every word X that out. Because we just read that Yahweh said he's not doing that for your righteousness, but for his holy name's sake.
That's right. Hallelujah. That closes it right there.
Yes, sir. Great comments, though, brothers and sisters. Great comments.
Hallelujah. Yes, indeed.
And if there isn't any more comments, I'll go ahead and end the presentation. I hate to rush you off. I do got a fight that I want to see to come on at 10 o'clock, but I'm not trying to rush anyone off. I will ask again, is there any comments or questions before we read Psalms 85?
Give me the name of the sermon tonight or the presentation tonight, because I came in late.
We used the name that was found in Daniel 7 and 10, and it says, the judgment was set and the books were open. That was the name of the title. The judgment was set and the books were open. Who will be judged in the last days?
Hold up, brother. Thank you. Shalom.
Shalom. And we'll go ahead and end this presentation by reading Psalms 85 for us all. Psalms 85 in closing.
Psalms 85.
And as I get to Psalms 85, I'd just like to thank the listening audience for lending an ear that ye may hear, that you fear Yahweh and depart from evil.
Hallelujah.
It tells us in Psalms 85, real quick before they cut us all off, because people is dropping. We can tell on the board. It tells us Psalms 85, and it reads real quick. Yahweh, thou hast been favorable into thy land. Thou hast brought back the captivity of Jacob. Thou hast forgiven the iniquities of thy people. Thou hast covered all their sins. Selah. Thou hast taken away all thy wrath. Thou hast turned thyself from the fierceness of thy anger. Turn us, Elohim, of our salvation, and cause thy anger toward us to cease. Will thou be angry with us forever? And those that understand the presentation, they know the answer is no. Will thou draw out thy anger to all generations? No. Will thou revive us again, that thy people may rejoice in thee? Yes. Show us thy mercy, O Yahweh, and grant us thy salvation. We will hear what Elohim, the Yahweh, will speak, for he will speak peace into his people and to his saints, but let them not turn again to folly. Surely his salvation is nigh them that fear him, that glory may dwell in our land. Mercy and truth are met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness shall look down from heaven. Yea, Yahweh shall give that which is good, and our land shall yield her increase. Righteousness shall go before, shall set us in the way of his steps. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, brothers and sisters.